satisfied with the way that ended up panning out. Currently on the R side, we're sitting at 62, so starting to approach that nice squeezable territory to get us back to that all-time high of $77. Each individual around $5 after this is going to be that next level of resistance. Obviously 50s first, then you're going to have 55, 60, 65, 70, 77 being that all-time high, and a clean break over that will bring you that 100 fucking schmeckles mark, my friends. So let's just get rocking up here on Ortex. Shares on loan sitting at about 78 million. Now, an interesting thing is that this free float on loan is 15.29%, which was it's a smaller gap, right? You used to have a much larger gap between that free float on loan and the short interest. And my hypothesis for this is that you had a share recall, right? There were lenders out there who forcibly recalled stock because they didn't want anything to do with the risk associated with a short position in AMC. So that's what you got cooking up here on the day for Ortex data. Now I want to show you the daily short sale volume percentage ratio, because this gives us a good idea of how bullish we are in comparison to the overall shorting on a stock. And yesterday you saw about 39% short volume percentage. Now we're not going to get today until tomorrow-ish, so I'll give you some sort of update either this on Saturday or Sunday, giving you the holistic picture so we can know what to expect moving into Monday's price later. Action. But it's a pretty decent amount of shorting.
Still don't understand.
We're still trading in a very squeezable territory. So shorts are still doubling down on their positions. It doesn't make sense. It's never going to make sense. These guys are pissing on the electric fence. The apes are turning that motherfucker on. So it's a beautiful thing to see. Stomco tracker. How many calls expired in the money, right? As of June 11th, 90,000 call options expired in the money, and there's about 1.3 million total shares available to borrow. This didn't change a whole lot, intraday, or at least not since 304, right? And this could just be simply as simple as it gets. No shorts really covered positions, no shorts really added to positions. You simply saw a FOMO breakout over a technical level of resistance, which led to what you saw in the price action here today. That's a good thing to see, right? It means that all this could have easily been organic if 1.3 million shares time is all that really had. It shows you the holistic picture in terms of did shorts add to positions, did shorts cover positions, are there more lenders that made stock available, right? If that number stayed stagnant, very flat, right? Organic growth. Beautiful thing to see. I'm very satisfied with that overall price action. So what do we see here today? As I alluded to in the last two videos, right, you were looking for a clean break over this descending level of resistance. I hypothesized that you would see a bounce off of this $43 level of support to ultimately break this descending level of resistance. Now, it didn't happen in the same time frame that I was thinking it would. However, it did end up happening, right? We got a clean break. This is a wide range candle that closed above that, followed by a doji candle, which is a candle that covers no price action. It's got a topping tail, bottoming tail, opens and closes around the same area, which in a bullish scenario, which would be a technical breakout, a bullish technical breakout, right, is a good thing to see, right? You had follow through on that, which is beautiful. Currently sitting at $49.70 here in the after hours, according to
or it would be the typical
right now. This is a good thing.
Interpretation of a doji candle as being indecisive and possibly a reversal signal. Anyway, good evening. Just making my way through this old video of Trey's here from June 11th, 2021. Boy, that's going back. But today we have plenty of drama. Happy Easter. Let's hear this Easter message from the Common Sense Investor. I haven't heard it yet, so I'm looking forward to my Easter blessing as well.
What's up, everybody? It's Common Sense Investor coming at you with another video. In this video, I was thinking about doing an Easter special story for y'all, and I ended up coming home and checking out the Mandalorian, put out a video, and it ended up being about me. And I'm like, what in the fuck? This man is telling people that if something was to happen to Adam Aaron tonight or anytime after this, it's my fault. My fault. Now, I'm going to show you the clip in just a second that's going to freak you out. But what he's basically saying, if you watch the whole video over on his channel, I wouldn't recommend it. But what he's saying is he wanted an interview with Adam Aaron. And Lou, it looks like, beat him to the punch. Now, I don't know how that works out with journalists or whatever trying to get a meeting with Adam Aaron during one of these meet and greets. I don't know. But he said it looked like Lou beat him out. Then he come back in the video and he says maybe Lou didn't beat him out. Maybe he still got a chance. And that he wanted to make this video that he was doing about Lou, Frankie, and me. And how if Adam Aaron was to run into any difficulties tonight with retail investors, then it would be our fault. Listen to what he says right here.
So I want to take tonight and focus in on a few of those issues that some of the YouTube creators out there possibly are having right now or are talking about. You'll probably know some of the creators, you'll probably know some of the points that they're making, and at least if I can put them on this video and Mr. Aaron does happen to see it, maybe he'll have a better understanding of why he's having possibly a poor reception somewhere that he's going in the future, or why he's getting negative feedback on his social media posts.
So I'm just letting him know, Mr. Aaron, if he's watching tonight, focus in on a few of these YouTubers who are talking bad shit about you. Then to make matters worse for himself, he's going to put a clip of me up there. He's going to change my voice to a squeaky voice. Let me give you a clue, Mandalorian. First off, that's where I could come after your ass. But I'm not like that, all right? You changed the voice of my clip and then told everybody that was from my YouTube channel, and it wasn't. You altered my voice. But that's a whole nother thing. I ain't even going to open that can of worms. But you play that clip of me, and then you play crickets playing, and then you turn around and you make a bitch-ass comment like, well, I don't know if it turned out the way you wanted. It turned out exactly the way I wanted. And before I play the clip for y'all, and y'all can hear it, I'm going to let you in on what's going on, and you will see where this dumb son of a bitch couldn't understand, but you can. When I'm talking to this man, all right, he's taking notes. And when I say on our deal and there's a pause, he's taking notes and he's writing that down, and then he reads it back to me. But the Mandalorian doesn't let you know that. He gives cricket sounds, but just listen.
I'm trying to bring a suit, and I have a whole lot of retail investors who want to join me in the suit against AMC concerning their involvement with the Antara deal. Yes, sir, I do.
If you want to email it to me, I'll forward it to the partners. Correct.
All right, I'll be having that sent to you in just a moment. So let's be straight, Mandalorian, real quick. Doing that video and trying to make sure Adam Aaron sees it before your big Boston meeting, and hope that maybe this gives you an inside edge because you ratted on a couple of YouTubers.
Well, it won't give anybody
Bitch,
an
fuck
inside
you.
edge.
If you don't think Adam Aaron knows by now who's talking shit about him, I don't give a fuck. All right? Because I am one of them. All right? And so, no, I'm not the reason why somebody would throw a Coke and say, bitch, get your fat ass up out the way. We here to watch a movie and to find out why you saying there ain't no synthetic shares. That is not my fault. That's the individual who's down $80,000 fault for wanting to know the answer to the question. So back up off me, bruh. I'm just doing my part, trying to keep everybody calm and coming up with solutions other than delusions. Love you. Be blessed. See you in the next video.
Solutions other than delusions. But what they ended up going with was more delusions. Yeah, it's efficiency. That's what we call efficiency, Model 3, dude. Okay, now continuing our examination of Sojka, aka AMC Fundamental Man, Mr. Fundamentals. Here we go. This is a long one.
Hey guys, it's Chris here with another AMC update. This time we're going to talk about the vote, we're going to talk about the court case, we're going to talk about HYMC, the gold mine, we're going to talk about the current list of movies that are out and your impact on the company moving forward as you get A-listed, as you go see movies, as you buy gold and silver from HYMC, and just how much of an impact you have on the market overall. So let's get right into it. We had an 87% yes vote on the conversion and the reverse split. That's massive. That sends a message to everyone that's out there trying to play games with the AMC apes and convince judges through lawsuits that you know, we're on the same page here. There is no confusion from the AMC. We ride with that,
All the
and we support his decision to
voters are on the same page. Got it.
Reverse split this stock. The court case was, they tried to settle the court case, and you know, Adam tried to expedite this so that we can get to our conversion, and the judge threw it out, and now we're kind of lingering in court. We'll see what happens, but it appears that the other side was in a rush to get a settlement, and they probably felt very good about that because, you know, they probably didn't have.
I bet you did, Model 3 dude. I bet you
the
did.
judge probably
Seen
saw
hundreds of
through
them at
this
Toys
and
R
said,
Us.
okay, I'm throwing this settlement out. It's
Good God.
obvious to me what's going on here, and she'll look into it moving forward, and we'll see if she throws the court case out or if there's some sort of findings in the depositions, which were just had, you know, a day or two ago from both sides. So a lot of information still to come out about the lawsuit, but it doesn't look good for the other side when they immediately try to settle after a week of being here without any hearings. HYMC, let's talk about that. HYMC, gold and silver mine, could have AMC smelling like a rose at the end of this. This could be one of the best investments that we've ever seen made by a CEO. He buys a gold mine 2 years ago, and from what we know, gold and silver often rises significantly during a recession. And we have not announced an official recession yet, which is something that we changed the definition on now that we lived in a weird leftist world. We just changed the definitions of what a recession is, but I digress.
That's a weird leftist world.
In a recession officially yet, but we do own the biggest silver mine.
Even by the traditional definition of a recession, you aren't in a fucking recession. So I don't know how that's left wing, whatever the hell he said. All right.
In the United States and in North America, I believe, and actually yet, but we do own the biggest silver mine in the United States and in North America, I believe. And if we were to see a 50% increase in silver, it would indicate, normally under normal circumstances, a 1,000% increase in a mining company that mines that specific.
Well, it depends on if he's talking about largest in terms of area or largest in terms of production. Because I can tell you right now, they're not the largest in terms of production. They're not even on the list. So there's that. And I don't think that it's the largest in the area either. So, and certainly not the largest in North America, because Mexico actually has a lot more silver production. And Alaska, well, it's in North America. United States, you have bit larger silver mines there. So I don't know where he looked at this. Right, largest mine in North America in the meme stock category. Right there with the largest theater chain. Everything's the largest. But
Precious
nope.
metal. HYMC doesn't just mine that precious metal, it sits on the largest silver mine in the United States. And we're moving towards getting,
so he's talking about
a
area.
refinery built and,
You mean that there's the most silver in that area? Or is it just a large? I mean, okay.
All this and being able to go down deep.
Doesn't mean much if you can't get it out of the ground and process it, but okay.
And dig all this stuff up. So we haven't even really scratched this. We have scratched the surface. That's not a good word, I guess, because it's not true. We have scratched the surface, and we've only scratched the surface on this yet.
You know, yeah. The words that are not true are generally not the good words.
On this mine so far, and when you have a world-class,
so now he's shilling HYMC,
world-class
Wyckoff Mining,
like Diane Garrett to run it. So we are in very good hands with her. She is over in Europe, spreading the good news, getting investors, and talking to people about raising capital for our company. What you can do as an AMC shareholder to help
here we
AMC.
go.
And what
Here
you
we
can
go.
do as an HYMC shareholder to help HYMC is you can buy the silver rounds. You can go
Oh,
and
yes.
buy these rounds online to help your company moving forward. It's crucial
Yes.
to the company that we get funding, that we get money to move this company forward, to build what we need to build, the infrastructure we need to build, to accelerate the rate at which we make money. If we can get everybody on
Accelerate
track
the rate at
and move
which
this
you make money. Okay, I'm going to look into that. I'm going to look into that. And also, I'm not going to miss the futures opening today. I'm telling myself now.
company
All right.
forward, in the right way, we can make this a world-class asset in the next year or two. It all depends on what
Well,
we're
that
willing
sounds
to do to
convincing.
raise capital for our companies. The last thing we're going to talk about is oh wait, I forgot about something.
Oh,
3 reasons
Oh.
why HYMC could see a 50% run up on silver. Banks failing usually gets people's money out of banks and into precious metals.
banks
Inflation.
failing.
When people
Banks,
print
the
money,
bank
when
failures.
governments print money, it devalues the currency.
All the bank
People move their
failures.
money into precious metals if there is a printing of money, and we're seeing that right now. Just not, it's not called a bailout, but it technically is. And then we haven't even announced a recession or a depression yet. Again, we've changed the definitions of
Wait, I got to go back and hear what he was trying to say there. That's weird.
run up on silver. Banks failing usually gets people's money out of banks and into precious metals. Inflation. When people print money, when governments print money, it devalues the currency. People move their money into.
Yeah, but he said that this company could be something in 2 to 3 years. Okay. Um, we're talking recession like third quarter of this year. So by the time that we're in the recovery from the recession, which will certainly help Wyckoff Mining get funding and money, um, by the time that the economy is coming out of recession, uh, maybe, maybe Wyckoff Mining would actually produce something. So that will be just in time. Okay.
Into precious metals if there is a printing of money, and we're seeing that right now. Just not.
I don't think we're
it's
seeing
not
that
called a bailout, but
right now
it
in
technically
the
is.
aggregate.
And then we haven't even announced a recession or a depression yet. Again, we've changed the definitions of what a recession is in this country. But when they officially announce that we are in a recession or in a depression, the price of gold and silver could spike, and that could be very good for HYMC as an investment. I think this is why Adam Aaron took
would be.
on this investment, because I think he understood better than most the circumstances that were coming for the United States. And
Oh, is that why? So that's why he invested in Highcroft, because he knew that we were going to be going into a recession. I mean, that is some real foresight. Wow.
Yeah, the biggest thing we're going to talk about, the Super Mario movie, Dungeons and Dragons and John Wick. Now, Super Mario is absolutely killing it. For a Wednesday release, it made $31.7 million. Thursday, it made 26.5. It's sitting at 58.2 through Wednesday and Thursday. We haven't gotten Friday's results yet, but that's domestically. 128 million globally.
Okay, great.
Dungeons and Dragons sitting at 80 million globally. John Wick at 122. They're hunting the old record set by John Wick 3. They look like they're going to pass it in the next month, as people have so many options to go see at the movie theaters. I think they will be returning to see these movies, after they've seen one or two of them. They're all phenomenal. Mario is a perfect movie for a Mario movie, so take your kids, take your family to go see it. John Wick, a little bit more for the
Perfect
adult,
movie.
mature kid. If your kids are raised around, some Call of Duty or something like that, it's a fun movie. It's a great movie. It's not too gory, not too bloody, but a John Wick movie is a John Wick movie. Dungeons and Dragons, ultimate family adventure movie, and I have to give it a 10 out of 10. Just like Mario. Air, amazing movie. Michael Jordan's story. I gave that like a 9.5 out of 10. I wanted to see a little bit more Michael Jordan in it. Very, very
Okay.
solid story
We
based
don't have time for the movie
of
reviews.
the 90s and Michael Jordan and his the merchandise.
He's a basketball fan. Cool. Got
If
it.
you're an AMC shareholder, the most important thing you can do is go to a movie, get A-listed, go to a movie, get some popcorn and a drink, and pick up some merch. Guys, you're
Pick up
moving the
some
company
merch.
out of debt. The faster we get this money into our pockets at AMC,
Faster you
at the
get
company,
that money into
the faster
Adam Aaron's
they
pocket.
can pay down the debt. And the faster they pay down the principal, it erases that interest in the future. That is something that everybody in the world wants for us. We all 3.5 million of us investors want the debt erased. And the easiest way to do it.
What if I mean, okay. I mean, there's just so many things, so many assumptions here. It's wild. It is wild. I mean, would getting rid of the debt cause a short squeeze? Would they even get rid of all the debt? Could they get rid of all the debt? Is it a good idea to get rid of all the debt? I mean, this is crazy. This is craziness.
Is this right here, guys? These are all things that we can do to
Shit made in China.
out of debt
Okay.
for our company. We can go to the theater, we can get A-listed, we can bring our friends and family.
I guarantee you all of that stuff is not made in the United States, by the way.
We can tell people that the merch exists. You know,
It's
I
imported
think these things are amazing pieces. They're very cool collectibles. The Dungeons and Dragons one sold out on Saturday in 5 hours. 5,000 of these dice, these 20-sided die, sold out in 5 hours.
Oh my God.
The Super Mario buckets, I didn't see, you know, a single family that didn't have one. Those are selling like you wouldn't believe. You know, as we've come along,
good point.
this was like a slow progression to get to where we are now. This thing, this popcorn bucket here, this is going to be one of the coolest things to have in the future, because
What?
the Super Mario
Why?
movie is going to set
It's like a good trash can to me.
for
I want the Jurassic Park one. For a
an
trash
animated
can under my
movie, for a
desk at
family
work.
movie. It's one of the best movies. It touches all generations, every generation of
But I want
your
the
family,
original Jurassic
from
Park logo.
Grandpa who bought it for his kid, for me who played it, and for people who have kids my age. You know, their kids play Mario games, so Mario is
Yeah, I know. We know Mario.
multi-generational.
Got it.
And bring your family, introduce
Bring your
people,
family.
you know, help them understand why it's important to be a part of this movement, because
I like that he has a door that has a door closer on it. Is he in a hotel room, or maybe this is that's a front apartment door or something? But that's that's just what?
you guys have saved
Okay.
a 103-year-old movie theater company. And now, as you start to understand your investment, we are changing the way that we see ourselves as investors. You know, we're an
You're
AMC
changing the way you see yourselves as investors. Well, good for you. Good for you. That's great.
Army.
So good.
And the AMC Army, the last 2 weeks, we've set records at the movie.
Tell you what.
We've set
That's
a revenue per patron record for John
That's
Wick,
absolutely
and then the following
fascinating
weekend
right
for
there.
Dungeons and Dragons. So
I tell
I'd
ya.
like to see us do that again for Mario Brothers. So, you know, if you want to support your investment, if you want to move this along faster, if you want to get us out of debt and you want to get us closer to that dividend, this is it, guys.
You've been
Get
watching
A-listed.
Tom
Go to the
Cruise.
movies, get your popcorn, get your drinks.
This is a
We go back
hard
to the
sell.
movies. It's time to get out and have some fun.
Damn.
This is Chris with AMC, and just
Chris
remember,
with
we
AMC.
run the show.
Is that AMC's tagline, or is that his like guerrilla marketing tagline? Okay, let's see here. Here's Al with some breaking news. Wait, hold on. Um, we do have breaking news today. I forgot. In the AMC landscape, it has been discovered that Cinemark chairman Nina Vaca is a member of the Council of Foreign Relations. And It's actually the Council on Foreign Relations, I believe, but who knows? Yes, it is. The wonderful Wikipedia fact check reminds us that it's the Council on Foreign Relations. Okay, but Al knows. Let's let him tell us.
It's off from Boston. Let's kick it off.
Let's
So
kick it
this
off.
is the 14A Cinemark Holdings proxy statement for 2023 annual stock meeting of stockholders.
Why are we talking about Cinemark? Why are we talking about Cinemark's board? I mean, just, as a preamble, who cares?
This is the letter from the CEO, and they elected a new board, and I thought this was very interesting. Take a look at this. Nina Vaca. Nina Vaca is the founder and chairman and CEO of the Pinnacle Group. Okay, and she is the chair of this group. And what else is she involved with? Well, let's take a look. Well, you remember how we said Adam Aaron was part of the Council of Foreign Relations, and how that's such kind of a cabalish group, if you ask me. I mean, they're just the globalists, and we talked about how they're all interconnected. Philip Ladder, Mary Ladder is involved in this as well. And of course, Nina Vaca. Nina Vaca also sits on this group. And it's very strange to me that she was just elected, and now there's this mad dash. And maybe it is a bit conspiratorial because, hey, let's face it, lately that was his go-to answer, Mr. Aaron's go-to answer. Oh, it's all a conspiracy. This is not, I mean, these are not just, I mean, how do we even explain this? This is just nuts. This is.
You don't explain it because it's a fucking conspiracy. Only Al is dumb enough to do this shit, it seems like, to this ridiculous of a degree. Like, oh, say it's just conspiratorial. It's his go-to answer for everything. Oh, it's just conspiracies. But this is, but her name, yeah, but you have nothing. You have nothing. Nothing. Zip.
Aaron's go-to answer. Oh, it's all a conspiracy. This is not, I mean, these are not just, I mean, how do you even explain this? This is just nuts. This is crazy. Guys, use your God-given common sense. This is not coincidental.
So he's not spelling it out. He's not saying, oh, this means exactly this. It's exactly a conspiracy. It's exact conspiratorial thought making the suggestion that yada yada yada.
Nina Vaca was
but use your brain. You could you know what I mean. Yeah, we all know what this means. That is one of the dumbest fucking tactics that I can't stand that that you deal with in dealing with these people. It's like everybody knows. Everybody knows that, XYZ. Yeah. Idiots think that XYZ.
Even explain this. This is just nuts. This is crazy. Guys, use your God-given common sense. This is not coincidental. Nina Vaca was placed in this company, and the fact that they had this relationship, it's just silly to think otherwise at this moment. And the mad dash to get these things approved.
Silly to think otherwise.
The stuff with that.
It's not silly to believe whatever the fuck he is saying is true here with no evidence. Like, I don't even know what she was placed there for what? Why? For what reason? What's the master plan?
Antara and possibly a merger with Cinemark, and of course that $100 million or that $100 million float added to ours. I don't know how we're going to get any value out of this stock at that moment. Basic mathematics would tell you that, hey, with the dilution and with this possibly looming, we don't even know about it. Yeah, it's a big deal. It's a huge freaking deal. And if you look at Edgar and you go through the SEC's file.
I mean, okay, look at this though. She's been on the board since 2014. This says December 16th, 2014 right here. Cinemark Holdings announced Nina G. Vaca, professional name of Ximena G. Kermerkaus, has been elected to the board of Cinemark Holdings, effective November 13th, 2014. Okay. Yeah, chairman and chief executive officer of the Pinnacle Group of companies. So she's been on the board since 2014, which is longer than Adam Aaron has been fucking CEO of AMC. I mean, come on. Fucking come on. Jesus.
filings
That's
of
fucking
all of
bad.
the paperwork that Cinemark has recently done. There's a lot of stuff that indicates and point towards statements that could
There's a
be
lot of things that point towards
You're being a little bitch.
a lot of things that point towards that.
You're being a little bitch.
used as, precursors to a merger and acquisition. So these things and others that you should be aware of, be mindful of it. Happy Easter, happy Passover for those who celebrated last week. God bless and keep you, and I will talk to you guys later. Alpha Boston signing out.
Fucking verbal diarrhea. Here's some more.
Alpha Boston, let's kick it off. Hey, something's weird's going on right now and needs your undivided attention. This was first reported by Stocks and Crypto Plays, another YouTuber. He
No, it
brought this
wasn't.
up. Before
This was
that,
posted on Reddit months ago.
Lou, our friend of the show, Lou
Jesus.
had made some breaking news. AMC maybe making a move to get more shares in terms of buying Cinemark. Their shares are going to be put into the float. That's if the transaction happens and so on and so forth.
Their
Right?
shares are going to be put into the float.
So he's
Listen to
getting
him.
that from his buddies on the street in Wall Street. Something
He's getting that from his buddies on the street on Wall Street. Yeah, okay.
is going on. It's very, very strange. Take a look
Jesus
at this.
Christ.
This is from the website. Look at this. This is one of your one-stop shop for officially licensed movie collectibles, apparel, and networks. This website is powered by Only in Theaters LLC, which handles AMC theater movie merchandise orders. Never knew this existed till today. But they have this thing called Cinemark brand. Are they doing Cinemark as well? Explain that to me. Or did we buy Cinemark? Or is there something going on?
Jesus
AMC
Christ.
theater movie merchandise. This is a separate company, right? So when I Google and find out who is AMC, by the way, the website's called AMC Theaters Movie Merchandise.com. It gives me a no domain. It says CSE corporate domain. I don't know who the hell these people are. It doesn't give us any indication. CSE is a corporate domains website provider. It sells corporate domain registration, blah, 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 all that stuff, like GoDaddy. But that's not where it gets weird. Watch this. Take a look at this, you guys. This is Cinemark. All right. This is a screen cap. Watch this. All right.
Watch this.
1, 2, 3. Look at this. March 27th, March 23rd, March 21, March 20th, March 18th, March 17th, March 02, March 01, February 24, February 11. Okay. February 8th, February the 8th, February the 2nd, February the 1st. That one's not one. That's a defendant. Okay. Let's take a look at what these cases are. Look at this,
That's
right?
a defendant.
Personal
Okay.
injury, right? And then there's the case itself right there. I'll get to all this later. It's basically just the details. Then another one, personal injury, liability, right? Commercial liability, civil action. And then another one, negligence, premise liability, right? And then another one,
All right.
premise liability, commercials. Another one, right? That's in Palm Beach, Florida. And then another one in Jersey, personal injury. And then another one. And then another one.
Mm-hmm.
New
So
Jersey
many
and Florida.
lawsuits.
Multiple cases coming from New Jersey and Florida. People
That's not. Yeah.
trying to sue Cinemark.
Oh my
I don't know
God.
what's going on with Adam Aaron, if he's doing something, but something does not seem right. Something smells fishy. I don't know what's
Probably
going
your
on.
breath, Al.
Something is definitely wrong. I don't know what. Something is definitely wrong. There's financial and judicial engineering going on, which bothers me. Like I said, it was first reported
Bothers
by
me.
Stocks and Crypto Plays. Then Lou talked about it. Something is definitely happening. There's just no way these are coincidences. Like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cases in the past 13 days, 14 days, all regarding Cinemark and personal injury. That is, I'm telling you guys, that's engineering. That is engineering. I don't know what's going on.
What?
They might be creating liability to ensure
What?
that transaction doesn't happen. But at the same time, we don't know if the shares the Cinemark is bringing onto the table is going to be added to our float.
What
I
the
don't
fuck
know. I'm
is he
uncertain.
talking about?
This reeks to high heaven, you guys. Keep an eye on this. Keep your wits about you. Alpha and Boss is signing out. As soon as I get more information, I will get back to you. I will see you guys soon.
Oh, okay. Well, guess what, Al? You fucking retard. I don't have a LexisNexis subscription, okay? Don't. But I do have this. Look at all these. AMC Entertainment, Van Winkle versus AMC Entertainment Holdings, Rose versus American Multi Cinema. Oh, incorrectly identified as AMC Theaters. Oh, okay. Owens Hubbard versus AMC Philadelphia Mills. Oh, look at that. Torts injury. Personal injury. Mason versus AMC Entertainment Holdings. Civil rights. Americans with disabilities. Lucius versus AMC. Civil rights. Americans with disabilities. What? AMC is discriminating against disabled Americans? What? AMC Entertainment, since from 2018. Here's another personal injury in Illinois, and that's just the first page. So there's multiple pages of these too. Here they were defendant in this one, Americans with disabilities. So my point here is that corporations often find themselves as parties of lawsuits, and so it means nothing. Every theater, every mall, every retail store is going to have legal actions that you can find by searching their name. So it really means nothing, essentially. But of course, we have to make a big fucking deal about it because this is AMC. This is Al from Karach, wherever the fuck. All right. What is the deal with this Russell Corey guy, by the way? Pushing some new shit coin? Check this out. Holy.
Before we get started with the video, I just want to remind everybody I am not a financial advisor, and this is not for all my
because no fucking financial advisor would talk about this shit.
Investors out there. So how good of an investor are you? If I gave you $400 right now to invest, and this is going to be a 5-year investment, you can't touch it till 2028. It's just going to sit there. And here are the 4 things you can invest in. You can invest in Bitcoin, you can invest in Ethereum, you can invest in Dogecoin, or you can invest in Doggle on Mars. Well, Bitcoin right now is $28,000, Ethereum about $1,800, Dogecoin is 8 cents, and Doggle on Mars, it looks like my hand fell asleep on the 0 button, but it didn't. There's 6 zeros, and then the numbers actually start. So 6 zeros and then 33, which seems crazy, right? But if you invested $400 in those, your Bitcoin, you would get about 1% of a Bitcoin, you get 21% of an Ethereum, you'd get 5,000 Dogecoins, and you'd get 1.2 billion Doggle on Mars coins. That's not a typo, 1.2 billion Doggle on Mars coins, right? But that's garbage, it's worthless junk, right? Well, we'll find out. Now, let's play this game, except now we're going to do it on April 25th, 2016. And on that day, a Bitcoin was $452. The whole Bitcoin, $452. Ethereum, oh my goodness, $7.71. And Dogecoin would be 3 zeros and 22. So for 1 penny, you could have got 50 Dogecoins at that point. Now, there was no Doggle on Mars in 2016, hadn't been invented yet. So for all practical purposes, Dogecoin can fill in for Doggle on Mars as well in this demonstration. So where would you invest your $400? Well, about 1 year later, on May 3rd, 2021,
1 year later,
Bitcoin, this is near the height of the bull run, was at $56,000. Ethereum,
not quite 1 year there, buddy.
And Dogecoin was 61 cents. Now, this was near the top of the bull market. It was a very special time. But playing this game,
A
the
very
Bitcoin
special
investment
time.
was 125x.
Yes, it was.
The Ethereum investment was a 450x investment, and Dogecoin, look at that, 2700x.
People didn't take profits.
You probably, your first thought would have been Bitcoin, right? But look at that, Dogecoin would have gotten you so much more from your investment. If you had invested the $400 in Bitcoin, that $400 would have turned into $50,000. If you had invested the $400 in Ethereum, it would have been, you would have $180,000. But if you had invested your $400 into Dogecoin, you'd have over $1 million from that investment. And that's the power of having a bunch of zeros in front of it. So now when you look at Dogecoin Mars as an investment with all
Not if it
those
goes
zeros
down,
in
there
front
could
of
be
it,
more zeros.
it doesn't seem so crazy, considering that you could get 1.2 billion Dogecoin Mars tokens. Now, what would it take to turn those 1.2 billion Dogecoin Mars tokens into $1 million? Well, right now the price is 6 zeros and a 33. That's on April 8th, 2023. Now, if you could get that price to 3 zeros and an 89, those 1.2 billion Dogecoin Mars tokens would be worth over $1 million. And that's why this AMC ape just bought 3 billion Dogecoin Mars Elons. Now, before we get started, I want to do a full disclosure. My name is Russell Corey. Welcome to my channel. I am a Forex ape and a shareholder, meaning I have over 1,000 shares of AMC. And obviously, as I just said, I have 3 billion.
So, by the way, that's 33 100 millionths is what that price would be. Whatever the fuck. 33 100 millionths of a cent. Of a dollar. Of one, you know, whatever the unit is. Dog Elon Mars. But that's a 100 millionth. So I guess it is easier to say 6 zeros, but anyway. A few thousand Zimbabwean dollars to sell them for 100 USD. He might take you up on that. So what? CoinGecko. Here we go. Bank fails.
That peak, your 12 billion Shiba Inu coins would have been worth $1 million. Heroes are good when buying. So when you see those crazy numbers,
heroes are good when buying. Oh my God.
Now, obviously, that was an extremely special time with the bull run. That's not typical. But we don't know what's going to happen in the future in the next year. Now, look at some things that could happen. You could have the AMC MOAS, where it could be huge. AMC could go for $1,000.
We already had that. We had that during the special fucking time. Okay? God damn.
Even if people just get out at 10, 20, 30, 50 bucks a share.
Yeah, you won't have a fucking MOAS then.
Invest again, right? And probably will end up in crypto. Banks failing. You know, the funny thing about crypto, it has its troubles. I'm not saying it's a great investment. It's not. It's very risky. But what did we see with these banks failing? Banks are a risky investment.
It's not a great investment.
That's not, you know, a secure thing. They have their
yes,
issues.
it is.
Whenever governments have issues with money or banks have issues with money, you tend to see a rise in crypto, in Bitcoin, because that's where people put their money. And that's what we're seeing right now. Bitcoin bumped up to 28,000, right? And then also speaking about Bitcoin, the mythical $1 million Bitcoin. You people saying, you know, Bitcoin could go to $1 million one day. And now think about what that will do for the rest of the crypto market if Bitcoin is at $1 million, right? So we're probably thinking, okay, well, let's just go out and find some crazy cryptos with a bunch of zeros. Well, good luck with that. These are just from CoinGecko. I looked around at some of the newer offerings, and there's our friend Drake again. And I don't know, look at some of this crap. Here's Floki Shiba Pipo CEO. There's Peppa Inu, and they have these warnings about, you know, high buy and sell tax, meaning, I don't know, you start buying this stuff and they charge you like enormous fees to get in and out of it, and you lose money doing this stuff.
Yeah, because it's worthless.
I don't like these swaps, and we'll talk more about that later. Like, so, oh, well, you swap here and you buy Ethereum and you move, you know, here's your burn fees or your gas fees. I don't like all that stuff. I like to keep it simple. Here's Golden Inu, same thing. There's they give you a warning, has a variable tax function on the smart contract. I don't even know what that means. They're just saying do your own research and be careful. if you're trading this token. And I don't like that when I'm
okay. So far, what I've gotten from this video,
I'm sure that's going to be the next craze.
Is that Dogecoin is better than the others. This is supposedly the new Dogecoin. Crypto is not a good investment, and he doesn't know what he's looking at, understand what he's talking about. Okay, great.
On Doge alone, I need 4 things that I look for. 1, I wanted lots of zeros. Secondly,
Good.
I needed it to pass the
That's the number
scan
one
test.
criterion.
How do I know this just wasn't some stupid pump and dump, crypto that somebody's putting out? And did it show potential? Could it possibly go on a Shiba Inu type run? Does it show potential? And also, is it easy to buy? Not just for me. I like it simple to buy.
Well, I think they have it on KuCoin,
so a lot of people coming in and buying it. And if it's complex to buy, that's going to cut down on the number of people that are going to be able to buy it. If it's as easy as buying a stock, more people will be able to buy it, especially if it's on platforms that they trade in. So let's look at those
platforms that they
Does
trust.
It have lots of zeros? Yes. It's is about these the exchanges. It's on Gemini right now, and
Great.
it's also on crypto.com right now. So those are 2 good exchanges. They filter these coins out. They're not going to put pump and dump coins on their exchange. Now, Gemini only lists 100 of those, and one of those 100 is Doge. Again, to me, that's 50% of Doge on Mars to Vitaly Buterin, who invented Ethereum. Vitaly turned around and he donated it to the Methuselah Foundation. Who's the Methuselah Foundation? They are a nonprofit that's trying to increase the human lifespan. And here's some of the partners that they work with. Wake Forest School of Medicine in North Carolina. I'm from North Carolina. I can vouch. Wake Forest is a very respected school. The Albert Einstein College of Medicine, another partner. Now here's where it gets interesting. They also partner with the NASA Centennial Challenges. So they're partnering with NASA and also the International Space Station Laboratory. So very interesting. So look at the company that Doge alone Mars keeps. Vitaly Buterin, the Methuselah Foundation, NASA, the International Space Satellite. That sounds pretty good. So to me, that tends to, it's still risky. There's no guarantee, but to me, that passes the scam test for me. Okay, so now for one of the biggest tests, does it show potential?
Because they donate to, okay.
And the biggest thing about that is, does Elon Musk have anything to do with Doge alone Mars? Now, the coin is called Elon, named after him. And he has publicly said that he doesn't control the coin. He doesn't have anything to do with it, but he said it very passively. But if you go to the Doge alone Mars website and under their frequently asked questions, the question is asked, are you really Elon? And the answer given is, yes, my name is Elon. Now, again, there's a couple ways you can look at that. The character is called Elon. Maybe they're just answering the question as the character. Maybe there's someone on the development team that's named Elon, but not Elon Musk. Or maybe,
that would be
just maybe, this is Elon Musk being a little cheeky and putting it right out there for everyone to see. So down the line, when it's the opportune time, now he announces he has something to do with Doge alone Mars, or he's invested in Doge alone Mars, or does something. And look at the potential. Look what happens with Dogecoin.
So
whenever he tweets about it, remember,
good idea.
He changed the Twitter icon, and when he did,
because it might be associated with Elon.
That Dogecoin jumps more than 30%.
Oh my God!
It peaked. Now this.
Yeah, I know. We know what happened.
Investment, and Doge alone Mars almost doubled as well. That was an 82% return on.
Sweet.
Musk is going to be involved with in the name and with Doge alone Mars or not. He is associated. It's his branding. And think about all the things that Elon Musk is going to be involved with in the next few years. Look, he's head of Tesla. That Tesla Cybertruck is going to be coming out maybe this year, certainly 2024. And when it does, it's going to change the landscape of our roads. And Tesla's going to be reborn, I think, and given a second breath. And Elon Musk, of course, is going to be in that discussion. When you start seeing these things, Earth is going to look like Mars with these crazy looking trucks. going by. And speaking of Mars, he has SpaceX. You know, he's launching these space missions for the next couple decades as well. And remember, Elon Musk wants to colonize Mars.
So why would he want anything to do with the fucking shitcoin? If he's doing all this amazing stuff, why the fuck would he waste his time with something that is worth a few hundred millionths of a fucking dollar or cent?
Some people say that could happen
basically nothing.
in 2029. Some people say 2033. Some people say 2050. But look at those dates. These are long-term dates that he's going to be in the news. Mars is going to be in the news. So Doge alone Mars is going to have that association with him for decades. Hopefully. And again, this is a long-term investment. It is not a quick pump and dump. This is not what
this guy should not have quit working at Disney.
Was supposed to be. Long-term investment.
Moly.
Potential to succeed. The association with Elon Musk and the community can help it, go forward. Is it easy to buy? The last one, is it easy to buy? Yes.
Yes, Twitter's going so well.
It's easy to buy. That's what I buy it on. I like Gemini, and I trust them as much as you can trust a crypto exchange.
Why?
Gemini was founded by the Winklevoss twins, who sued Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah, that's a great selling point. Okay, I think I get the point here. So it's just a shit coin pumping video. That's pathetic. What the fuck? I mean, that's pathetic. That is terrible. All right, let's see what else we got here. Oh, Easter Sunday, it's still no answer. Oh.
What's going on, everybody? Happy Easter.
What's going on, everybody? Well, he faked us out that time.
Fuck the Easter Bunny. I don't know. I can't deal with that whole thing with the rabbit stuff. That's like too satanic for me. But that's my take. You do your Easter. Hashtag Team Jesus, right? Just want to go over that little thing that's been on the back of my mind over the weekend, which was the AMC.
This little thing that's been on the back of my ass.
Myself, I keep checking over to Twitter to see, if Popcorn sent the text, not to me, this motherfucker hates me. But he hasn't posted anything. Well, no, he did post something 6 minutes ago. He says, I don't know how your Easter weekend is going. Motherfuckers, how is it going? Motherfuckers angry, don't got their money. But at AMC theaters across AMC theaters nationwide, our goal is going gangbuster. Thank you, Mario. Take your kids to see Super Mario. And then this motherfucker has let me tell you something. He posts here, this is Holy Week for most Americans. Happy Easter, happy Passover, and happy whatever else you may be happen to celebrate. You
Mario.
This motherfucker. This is what I can tell you. Let me tell you something. Dear Jesus, please, when the time comes.
I bet Lou does give pretty good hugs, though. I bet he gives great hugs. He looks soft.
If I could just be around to witness Popcorn standing before you. That's all I'm saying. Now, technically speaking, I don't want to go if he goes earlier. So if he goes earlier, just keep him on the side waiting. I got plans to stick around for a while.
Oh, my God.
Okay, see what is he talking about? No, he's not talking about anything else. Okay, 22 hours ago, he said, yet another benefit AMC shareholders currently members of ANC Investor Connect. A free large Coke. God, let me tell you something. What is so hard? Why is it so hard for that man to answer? It's like a private aircraft. Yeah, private jet. Oh, why people go, oh my God, how can you deal with that noise? It's the Caribbean. There's planes flying. I'm high up, so you hear stuff like that. Anyway, what's so hard? Why is it so hard for him to just say, No, we're not doing Cinemark. No way. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do a dilution. If he's tweeting, but he won't answer this, the hottest topic this weekend on AMC amongst the retail shareholders, you know something's up. So
Hot topics.
Oh, and supposedly he's supposed to be at the theater in Boston today.
Oh boy.
Coordinate that, got stuff going on today. But nonetheless, our fearless leader missing once again from the hottest.
We'll have to.
Right now.
We'll have to.
More to come.
More to come. We'll have to be. We'll have to be on the lookout for any videos of his thing. His speech tonight. I had to go. I had to go to a private window to open up Tony DeNaro's. Oops, not that one. Tony DeNaro's Twitter. Didn't realize that. Such is life. What was I looking for here? Previous record for video game, Mr. Never Been Right. I heard it from the street. Means he saw a post on Reddit. And figured a way to jump out 20 new FUD videos. Few apes I've seen on Twitter going to Boston should be good videos. Yeah. Now, what I really want is video from this hearing that's coming up on the 27th. I want to see Donnie George get escorted out of court. Tony D calling out Lou. Let's see. BBIG. Why BBIG will tank. Oh, that is a very, you're going out on a limb with that one, putting your reputation on the line there. 5-second cash flow. Wait, Tony D calling out. Oh, on Twitter probably, huh? What's this? There's a guy on YouTube spreading FUD on AMC to buy Cinemark. This picture looks real, but it's not. AMC and Cinemark share the same LLC that sells their products. I've been looking into it. Pick is legit. I have the phone and email contact info for parent company of Only in Theaters LLC and will call them on Monday if needed. Yeah, I pulled it up. Well, yeah, there's another post on Reddit that shows a thumbnail that has something else on it. But that is no longer on there. Let me see if I can find it. And I tried the Internet Archive, and there is actually a capture of it from of the overall site from, I think it was 2021. So it's been there for a while. It's nothing new. They just now found it, obviously. So they just now found it, just like Al from Boston found that lady that was on the Council on Foreign Relations, and she's been on the board since 2014. But he just said that she was put there for a reason. Maybe so, but she was put there before Adam Aaron was even the goddamn CEO of AMC. So that's basic fucking research. Basic shit. I don't see anything here about Massalorian. Wait. No. I can't be logged in. I mean, he's been blocked, so. Oh shit, I missed fucking. Ah, that's funny. That is funny. All right. Ha. That. I'm actually laughing. Yeah, we watched that video a little bit ago. The AMC gatekeeper hard at work. Tony does not want apes to dump at these levels because he is trapped. All right, let's see here. I had been keeping my eye on crypto, but then I slacked and didn't look at it. So, yay, Bitcoin. Yeah, you can do it. What the fuck is it? So let's see. I give it to about there, maybe. But Doge is going for it, baby. That's a cup and handle right there. Oh, great. The gasoline futures are higher. So is oil. We'll be back at $4 a fucking gallon before we know it. Don't worry. I think Tony is selling calls to apes. Very well could be. Plus the grift. So he looked at Wyckoff Mining. Bed Bath & Beyond short interest update, 15% short interest. Okay. That was 9 days ago. I mean, what's the implication there? Well, we don't have to go off implications.
Hey guys, Tony Denaro here. Happy Friday, March 31st. A very quick update for you on Bed Bath & Beyond. Back on February 7th when the preferred shares were issued, I told you that at some point you'd get an update on the outstanding shares and the short interest on Bed Bath & Beyond, to not trust any of the information that you are being told on the short interest, although the cost to borrow is correct. We did get a filing from Bed Bath & Beyond on March 30th, yesterday, updating the outstanding shares. That number is making its way across the system. Your brokers will show the correct number, if not today, on Monday or Tuesday. I do have it here on Ortex for you, and I know a lot of people are going to say, like they always do on every company, every time this happens, that this information is not correct, but trust me, in a day or two, if your broker's not showing it, it will. You can see here the free float is now listed as 419 million shares, and if we flip over here to the
where was that? It's so cluttered, I can't fucking tell.
It's not showing.
Oh, 420 and 419. Okay, 420 million. Great.
It will. You can see here the free float is now listed as 419 million shares. And if we flip over here to the short interest, it is now showing 15.65%, whereas yesterday it was showing 58%. Why the big drop? Well, because the outstanding shares are now properly reflected. It's always been 15%. It was not 58% because this dilution has been happening over the last 2 months. I know this is not necessarily information you want to hear. It has been what I've been telling you is going to happen, and it is important that you understand the proper short interest if you are in this play and expecting a short squeeze. As always, thank you for watching, and I will keep you
What were the
posted.
air quotes on?
And it is important that you understand the proper short interest if you are in this play and expecting a short squeeze. As always, thank you for watching, and I will keep you posted with
I guess
important
play?
updates
I
as
don't
they
know.
develop.
Actually, yeah, one. So that was that 28th? No, it was the 31st, he said, I think. So there. Oh my God, it's down by 50% since then. Holy shit. I mean, I'm not saying he said anything, like there was no implication actually. Just that it's, it's the short interest is correct now, but still, wow. I was way early on that one. Damn it. Lou and Mike the Marine, Dumb and Dumber, Ape Father, Ape Clown.
Lou is making no sense at all because he is sucking too much glue. That's what happens, you know. And I'm not talking glue that you buy at Staples. I'm talking about glue that comes out of something dark and long. I'll leave it at that.
What?
Tyrone Jamal Schlong. Anyway,
what the fuck?
He's saying in a recent video,
why is Ape Father making racist jokes now? What the fuck?
AMC is considering acquiring Cinemark. This is complete, utter nonsense. Look, if this was true, which it isn't, okay, Adam Aaron would have to Cinemark. This is that AMC is considering acquiring Cinemark. This is complete, utter nonsense. Look, if this was true, which it isn't, okay, Adam Aaron would have to be even more stupider than I think possible. Okay, I mean, the guy's up to his ass in debt with AMC to the point that he's friggin' using retail as life support, using our money, you know what I mean, to bail out his ass. And he's going to want to take on more debt, a company that's bankrupt.
That's what companies do. And you don't have to be a fucking shareholder if you don't want to be.
So in other words, the debt in AMC, Lou, is not enough. He wants more debt. You know what it is? Look, what scares me the most is that people listen to this guy. They really do. Like, you know, I read the comments, and even that guy, Mike the Marine, I actually saw him. He's like, yo, I've been saying this, Mike the Marine. He's like, I've been saying this the whole time. I just made a video on it. Dude hangs out in the farm too much, milking the cows. The problem, Mike the Marine, is I think you're milking the wrong cow. Remember, when it's male, that shit ain't milk. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's another dude that's not playing with 52 deck of cards, Mike the Marine. I'm not making any more YouTube videos. That's it. I just gotta be there for my family of cows and roosters. Crack-a-doo-doo-doo. I can't make any more YouTube videos. Proceeds to make like 2, 3, 4 videos every day. Yeah, I don't know. It's like Dumb and Dumber, you know, these two. Why would Adam Aaron want to acquire Cinemark, a company bankrupt, to take on more debt? I mean, listen, Adam Aaron is an idiot, but I don't think he's that much of an idiot. So, Lou, do me a favor. Look, stop sniffing the glue. It's not good. I know it tastes good to you, but it's messing up the brain cells that already are messed up in your head. All that banging of your head popped a lot of vessels. You understand? So I understand why you're talking this way. But just do everybody a favor. Stay off the glue. This video is not financial.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, speak of the devil.
What's up, guys? Someone had sent me a stock called XELA.
Look at that. Look at that. He's got a Bible verse on his hat. Corinthians 16, verse 13. Be on your guard. Stand firm in the faith. Be men of courage. Be strong. It's fitting for him.
On some research to that. Holy smokes, does that one blow my mind. That wasn't originally a penny stock by far. But if you go read the story into them, I posted in the community section some links and look into the history of that. This market is just crookeder than crooked, crookeder than a jaybird. I've got a list here of stocks that have recently went through a reverse split. This kind of stuff just blows my mind. You know, these companies are being forced to nothing, and the people that are investing in them, they're the ones that are paying the price. No wonder Wall Street makes the billions.
What the fuck is he talking about?
They're utilizing this shorting system, all these things they can do to put these companies down and out, and then the companies are forced to reverse split, start all over again. And what do? They just push them right down. It's like a toxic spiral effect. They talk about that toxic death trap with the financing. A lot of times that happens with these companies, and they continue to just
that's exactly it.
Doing that financing to try to stay alive, and then they're reverse splitting, and then they're having to ask their shareholders to allow them to reverse split. This seems like a very common trend across the board, not just with AMC. It seems like this is a
Wait, you mean that this is just the way things are? You mean this is just the way things work for companies that have passed their prime and make bad decisions and have bad leadership? Huh, interesting. Okay.
Very common
Thought
trend.
AMC was special.
The industry, you're going to see more and more. Wait till you see this list. We need to do some research into these companies. Like, what the hell's really going on?
Signed an NDA, Model 3 dude. Okay, fuck your list. Oh boy, what is this? A memorial? A memorial to zombie companies? Go fuck yourself, dude. Fuck these companies.
Undergone some kind of.
Who gives a fuck?
Short to do action. Only read
Seriously, it's like they think companies like deserve sympathy. No, they don't fucking deserve sympathy. Especially if they're on this fucking list. God. What is wrong with these people? I swear to God. They my fuck. MOAS confirmed. But I don't do the AI text to speech channels. Can't do it. Okay. I guess it's the misinformed idiot here.
You know, we had 1,400 people who earn more.
Fuck your goddamn intros.
We've seen strong tax collections thanks to high.
Get things started off here with a white collar recession.
While the rest of the country is seeing strong tax collections thanks to high employment, 2 states are feeling the pain this tax season. Let's get to Robert Frank with those details. Robert.
Make it short, yeah.
Good morning, Melissa. Well, signs of a white collar recession starting to hit the tax revenue of New York and California. California tax collections falling 4% over the past year. New York down about 1%. The rest of all the states are up 11%. New York and California down more than 10% from their peak last year. Of course, the falling stock market and the decline in tech wealth partly to blame here, reducing capital gains revenue. But the big worry right now is that withholding taxes are also falling. Dan Clifton at Strategist says that unemployment is rising in both states, especially among high-income workers who, of course, pay more taxes.
This means that, yes, it's not just being felt.
There's a reason why Mark Twain said, when the end of the world comes, I want to be in Cincinnati. Because it's always 20 years behind the times. Yeah.
Felt amongst everyday people,
That
even
applies
the
to all of Ohio.
top 5%, 10%, 1%, 2%, 4%, whichever way you want to categorize them, are losing jobs and are making less money and are feeling a little bit of the pain that everyday people have been feeling for a long time. Let's keep this going.
Bonus income also falling. Wall Street bonuses down 26% this year. And wealth flight, as the high-income taxpayers who moved out during the pandemic, that may start to show up on the tax rolls. Political pressure growing in both states to raise taxes on the wealthy. A tax the rich takeover of Albany last week urged the governor to raise taxes on those making more than $5 million a year. So far, the governor has resisted, but the state is projecting budget deficits growing to $6 billion by 2027. California looking at a deficit of over $22 billion. And guys, that comes only 6 months after California reported a surplus of $100 billion. So this is changing very fast.
That is whiplash fast.
How much revenue would be raised if that tax for $5 million and over goes into effect?
They haven't scored it yet, and of course it depends on how many people leave. You know, we had 1,400 people who earned more than $25 million leave in 2021. That's the latest year available. That comes after 2,000 of them left the year before. We don't have the numbers from last year, but this is a big question.
These
if you
people
raise
suck.
It more, how many will leave?
Like, I watch Bloomberg. These people fucking suck.
Unlike 2021 coming in the next year or two.
Just to be clear, that is a lot of money. That is 3,400 people making over $25 million a year leaving California. That is a lot. I should say leaving LA. That's a lot of, no, leaving California. I was right. But I think they're living in LA. Anyways, point is, that's a lot of money gone.
Yeah, Robert, I haven't kept track of which states and how many actually did tax cuts because they found themselves with surpluses a couple of years ago. But was California among those?
They gave tax rebates up to $1,000 per person, and there are over 27 states that passed some form of more permanent tax cuts. And so far, they haven't.
What we're dealing with here.
Most states still have a surplus.
Masked idiot.
Most states, including Illinois, are still
65,000 subs
extra money. But as the
on this video
aid that they got during COVID starts to run out,
279 likes.
Start having questions and problems.
6 dislikes.
Side.
All right, guys, so let's get back to it. If you haven't yet, of course, smash the like button, engage the video, and a quick reminder for anybody who's looking for more information, just in regards to free educational content, guys, the link for the Discord in the description. We do have a free section in there with some great educational videos. I just streamed an hour video this weekend on Friday, actually, so feel free to go check that out. For anybody else looking for more information on trading, live callouts, watch lists, private streams, the link for the description is there. You get 2 weeks free for now. I think it's worth it. Go check it out, all right?
Or he's losing the subs.
Let's get this market. Right now, we're looking at the SPY, and we're basically back up and seeing some recent highs.
Last fall.
A few weeks ago, we were in February looking at roughly 418 to 419 for a great run here. Now, what I'm noticing right here on the charts, which I did speak to last week, is the amount of drop-off in volume is not the greatest. Okay, so I can see this huge decline here, and this does not give me confidence in this move. It actually makes me feel like we could be pulling back down towards around this 398 towards 396 level. Now, we have been holding roughly above that 405 404 level. Basically, going on Wednesday night, I made a video saying if we could hold above 404, it could remain bullish, and we did hold above 404, but we're still seeing lower volume. So we didn't hold above 4.4 in the way that I necessarily wanted it to look. So I'm just going to zoom in here a little bit with the SPY, and then we'll get to a few other different tickers here, just so you guys can see where the overall market is right now. Every time the SPY comes back down to show a daily volume of roughly along the lines of 63 million or less, we typically see a red day the following day. That's just how it works, okay? It's just not many buyers are really showing that. Now, the only thing is that's a little bit difficult. It's like kind of like a wild card here, is that was the beginning of a long weekend. So this could have been a lot of people, a lot of market participants just simply not trading that day, which could lead to lower volume, unlike several of the other lower volume days we've seen for the SPY that, you know, that can be comparable. Okay, so keep that part in mind. A quick few things here as well. Looking at Apple is in a falling channel. It did get rejected off the top of this channel here, but it did have a bullish day after seeing the rejection here. So zooming in here on the daily setup, you know, we could see Apple push back up towards that 166 level. If Apple does break above 168, this thing could be gone back up towards 180, 183, and very quickly.
I'll make some money.
This falling channel typically does have a breakout if and when that does happen. If not, it's gonna be a long way down. So Apple is right around this edge right now, and we have some economic data coming out this week that could really shake things up. So keep an eye out for both the fake out breakout to the upside and then the pullback based off of CPI and PPI coming out, but we'll get to that in a second. I also want to touch on Microsoft here, guys. Microsoft is looking decent. If you do see a bullish push with Microsoft, there is a gap from roughly 294 all the way up there to roughly 296. At this time, it did break up over this, I guess, head and shoulder.
Okay, great. That's fucking awesome.
Microsoft's $13 billion bet on OpenAI.
Okay.
That being said,
GameStop.
I do like the video. Let's keep this going, guys.
GameStop's going to, isn't GameStop going in the S&P 500 sometime soon?
GME going into this week does look good. I do like the fact that GME has been holding pretty strong, seeing as the fact that it had a very huge gap up after
just a second there,
earnings
Professor.
because
We fixed the glitch.
Oh, right. Okay.
And now it's been consolidating in this falling wedge form, or maybe even a bull flag, but I'm looking at a falling wedge. If you look at the 4 hour, it looks a little bit more clean. That being said, if you do see a break of roughly $23,
that is a clean,
you can see this thing push back up towards $27.
Falling wedge.
So if the market,
that's what everything that looks like that is, a falling fucking wedge. I bet it's not actually.
It does turn bullish.
Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that. Look at that up day with fucking pathetic volume.
For any way, shape, or form, maybe because of economic data coming out. I could definitely see Jimmy having a great week if we can see bullish continuation above $23. Okay, now let's talk about ticker symbol AMC. Okay, Super Mario Brothers is having an amazing weekend. If you guys haven't seen it, I would suggest you go see it. Apparently, it's been getting great reviews. Box office, Super Mario Brothers heading for a record 195
they haven't
million
figured that out yet.
Opening weekend,
well, there's nothing else to talk about
globally. What a way to kick things off for this long weekend with Mario. Also, Mario's one of those things where, if you're an adult, chances are you still grew up with Mario, and it's kind of a kid's movie, but it has twice half the amount of movies that we saw all of them last year.
Oh boy! All right, let's hear it.
Looking at the domestic box office right now, we're roughly looking at 188 movies. We are nearing twice as many movies as we would have seen last year. This is just the beginning of Q3, and we're roughly at half the amount of movies that we saw all of last year. Okay, we will be at over 250 movies probably before the end of this month. We'll be nearing that number. So we will roughly be at half just 4 months in, which means there's a lot of room to go. So I don't know if it was so many movies coming out at the beginning of this year that were just pushed back, or if it's just more movies in production. But either way, the current box office is looking good. Okay, we are pushing towards 1/3 of what we saw all last year in the first fourth of this year. So we are looking to do roughly 20-25% better if all things hold up, and that's just with the overall annual domestic box office. Okay, things are looking decent. Now let's talk about AMC. So looking at AMC right now, in my personal opinion, the price we want to see AMC break above cleanly is roughly $550. The levels to really keep an eye out for would be $650 and $680. Anything above those levels to me can turn very bullish very quickly. But one of the questions that people have been asking, or at least one of the questions that I've been receiving the most, is if they do a reverse split, how does this solve some of the fundamental issues that could potentially lead to more institutional buyers stepping in and really pushing this thing up? That to me would come down to how many shares are diluted and how much cash is basically put back in the accounts of AMC. So right now we've seen APE roughly diluted over 400 million shares of APE diluted into the market. If AMC were to do a reverse split, and let's say that these legal problems would be pushed out, and you would see a dilution of roughly 100 million, that could be anywhere between a $30 cost average. Let's just say, I'm just going to ballpark it here. We don't really know where the price is going to be. And a $20 cost average, right? So you're looking at potentially seeing something along the lines of $3 to $2 billion of cash raised with a $100 million share dilution. That would roughly be double the free float at the time, roughly, just because of the fact that there is going to be a reverse split. So doing that would be a significant difference, and you can really see the share price drop. But that being said, it would raise roughly $2 to $3 billion in cash for AMC theaters. The second thing is, if they do dilute 200 million shares, that is in around the range of potentially being debt free. Now you don't want to of course use up all the cash to pay off all the debt you have, because you might run into other issues where you might need to use cash.
What are the odds that they're going to
other things where you can acquire from companies that can also turn more profit?
I don't know.
But that being said, anywhere between securing some of those cash debt issues, keeping more cash on deck, but also in the combination of having a positive quarter, to me, that is the result that people are really looking for, is increase the amount of cash.
They still have to
pay off some debt, at least make sure
number
that
of authorized shares, or is that wrapped up in this too?
Gets to the point where you can have a positive earnings quarter, something along the lines of what GME did last quarter, right? They have cash on deck, they turned the company all the way around, they had a positive quarter. They technically earned more than Amazon did last quarter, which is pretty huge. Just
give me a fucking break. What?
Said, those are the things that I think AMC really needs to see in order for us to see a
They earned more money than Amazon last year.
A substantial upside, and really a flipping of the mindset from several different institutions saying, okay, cool, instead of being short, I want to be long here, because there are over at least 25% of institutions that are borrowing shares that are currently short this market right now, and there's an opportunity here for some upside. All right, so straight up and down at 6 o'clock, guys, that's my opinion. That's a scenario that could happen if AMC does things a certain way that could really be in its best interest. We'll see how it plays out, but back I do also want to give you guys a quick heads up. We have ourselves some huge economic updates coming out this week. We have ourselves on Wednesday CPI coming out, and the overall estimate should be roughly 5.6. We have ourselves PPI coming out, and the initial jobs coming out, and core PPI coming out on Thursday. The PPI should be coming out an estimate of 0.1%. Initial jobless claims coming in roughly 205,000. The Fed will be looking for jobless claims to be going up. That way, it can tell if the economy has been feeling the rate hikes. Maybe let the potential for the 25 basis point rate hike to come down just a little bit. And then, of course, on Friday, we do have retail sales, core retail sales, and
okay, all right. So here's AMC, and I mean, it depends on what you're looking at here. But if you want to look at net income or earnings per share, whatever. I mean, I guess we can look at both. Net income, AMC had negative 973 million. Amazon is negative 2.7 billion. So I suppose he's right in that sense. But if you look at earnings per share, Amazon lost 27 cents a share last year, whereas AMC lost 93 cents a share last year. And when it comes to like gross margin, nowhere close. Amazon's got 43% versus AMC's 5.5%. And then, looking at EBITDA, no, not even close. So I don't know what he was really meaning by that, but it's a pretty facile comparison, if you ask me.
A few more 2-star updates. Nothing to really write home about, but we do have a Fed speaker at 8:45 a.m., so that's going to be worth noticing as well, all right? So that's what I got for you guys right now. Hopefully you guys did find a lot of valuable information here, and hopefully you guys are prepared for this weekend. I will be streaming tonight on the Team My Live channel in preparation with several other different stocks and tickers with a few of the traders from the Discord, so go check that out. I will be live at 7 p.m. If you guys are watching this and it's late, go just leave this video right now.
Bye. Goodbye. Jesus fuck.
What is going on, guys? RTY Stocks here. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome to the channel if you're new. First of all, hopefully you enjoyed your 3-day weekend. Happy Easter. This is a holy week for most Americans, including myself.
I didn't have a 3-day fucking weekend, all right? I worked on Friday. I'm working tomorrow. So when you're an adult,
second to drop a comment and thank God for everything you have. Without further ado, let's get right into the video. So first of all, I just wanted to touch on the Super Mario Bros. Movie is absolutely shredding the box office and could definitely help AMC's next earnings announcement, which I believe is on May 5th, which if you're a short seller, this could be scary for you going forward. This was a long weekend. First, we had a Friday update video that was pretty long, touching on AMC, GameStop, The Spy, where I think everything is going to go come next week. Then we had a sponsor video, and then we uploaded that whole Cinemark buyout video. I uploaded that last night if you haven't seen that. I wanted to touch a little bit on Cinemark. Some people were talking about it as a potential play based on the fake rumor that is going around regarding the AMC Cinemark buyout. Okay, so Cinemark is trading at $15.21. If I bring in the drawings right here, it is at dangerous level to say the least, and it's also not a company I would go long on for a long time, especially betting on AMC's competitor. That would be
yeah, plus it's $15 fucking dollars. It's too expensive for you, isn't
necessarily betting against AMC, but again, it's all about making money, right? So where Cinemark is trading at right now, it actually does have a chance to come up and fill a gap right around $16.20, but it's definitely risky as it is hitting a resistance level where it's trading at right now and could definitely come retrace back to about $14.35 where it recently based off of. Now, Cinemark did break out of this falling wedge, retested it, and it got another bounce, which is looking solid, but I wouldn't buy in at highs as you have a high risk at becoming a bag holder, and it's probably going to retrace at least back down to $14.35, if not $14 before getting another potential bounce, and that is if it bounces. Another thing to note is the Bollinger Bands. This is trying so hard to break out of the Bollinger Bands, and when a stock tests this extremely hard, it usually gets slapped even harder back to the downside. This is just one indicator you can use to say, okay, well, is this a good time to buy the stock for the short amount
Obviously, it's fucking not.
If news breaks out and shorts want to cover on Cinemark, then that's a whole different story. If it starts rallying, if it breaks out and it breaks the algorithm, so on and so forth. But right now,
breaks the algorithm.
Not be jumping.
If it breaks the algorithm, what the fuck does that mean? if it breaks the algorithm. Jesus Christ. The language that these clowns use. I know. Like seriously, what in the actual fuck? Breaking the algo. Gonna break the algo. Watch out. If it breaks the algo, it's gonna run.
Does start to move, I'd say a 5 to 6% day tomorrow, and it's just not worth the risk to reward for me. Now, I've talked about AMC finding a new
this one's so much
low
better.
come this week, and I still stick to it. There's many reasons why, but of course, mostly it's based off of these cycles. I think coming down to this date at April 12th, which is
what fucking cycles? I just see a bunch of random fucking lines. Like these lines are fucking useless.
Wednesday,
Oh my
which is
God.
also CPI day, which is interesting because that could affect the market and what happens with stocks. I think AMC is going to hit a low right before or on this day. This is when I'm loading up on calls, and I have explained that several times, but I just want to further explain my thesis. Also, touching on the Cinemark play. Right here, I have XRP, and I have...
That is a liberal fucking application of the term thesis, my friend.
Cinemark
Holy
overlaid over XRP. I've talked about how AMC and XRP correlate a little bit, but I wanted to point out something with Cinemark. They kind of do the same thing, but Cinemark shows basically what XRP does. So if you want to reflect XRP to AMC, you can reflect AMC to Cinemark based off of XRP.
Look at that. Look at that. He's attempting to apply logic. That is fascinating. That is absolutely motherfucking fascinating. Holy shit. Look, he made a syllogism. He made a syllogism. Listen.
I just want to further explain my thesis. Also, touching on the Cinemark play. Right here, I have XRP and I have Cinemark overlaid over XRP. I've talked about how AMC and XRP correlate a little bit, but I wanted to point out something with Cinemark. They kind of do the same thing, but Cinemark shows basically what XRP does. So if you want to reflect XRP to AMC, you can reflect AMC to Cinemark based off of XRP, if that makes sense. So let me explain. If you take a look at Cinemark, this makes the first moves before XRP actually make its move. For example, right here, you're seeing this flush sell-off, and now you're seeing this trading. What's happening right now is XRP is getting this little pump. However, following this pump, Cinemark actually got slapped pretty hard. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean AMC is going to crash, but this just further explains my thesis that in the very, very short term, I think AMC is going to find a low. Because if XRP tracks Cinemark and AMC tracks XRP, then what's going to happen is XRP is going to trail to the downside, follow this crash. AMC is going to trail to the downside, follow the XRP crash, right? Not necessarily a crash, but a slight sell-off, finding a relative low. And that is my outlook coming.
Walk that one back.
And I expect to make a
he's got a syllogism.
This thesis, based off of these cycles and based off of everything else, riding out AMC calls with a few months out expiration once it does hit this relative low. So just keep that in mind. Further explaining that, and Terra loading up on puts, selling APE, selling AMC, so on and so forth, shows that insiders might see something coming. They might know something coming. Although we did have a very, very weird week where some people
price
were
going
selling
down
a ton
more.
of puts, bullish. Some people were purchasing a ton of puts, bearish, right? More people are betting bearish this week on AMC, and I think it does line up somewhat well. However, I wouldn't bet bearish for too long because we're coming up on that earnings, and the box office is crushing it better than ever before, which is going to help AMC's fundamentals. But you do have that lawsuit hopefully get settled on the 27th, so on and so forth. Now, before we move on, I want to give everyone a quick reminder to remember why you got into this play.
Oh, remember, it's a great time this Easter weekend, this Easter Sunday, to reflect and remember your why.
AMC stock can basically go to infinity and or whatever price you sell at. Whatever price you sell at in particular, because of everybody and or what.
If the short squeeze happens, the stock can go practically to infinity. Shorts have to borrow the stock, and if there's no more stock to borrow, they can't deliver. So brokers must buy the stock at any price. There's no solution to this unless shorts are liquidated. Quote by Thomas Petterfee.
Whatever price you sell at. Whatever price you sell at in particular, because if everyone thought this way, then the share price would go much higher. And that is exactly why we have seen the amount of corruption we've seen over the past couple of years on AMC. Just remember, the price can go as high as possible. And the reason it hasn't is because it would have screwed over many big players. It would have screwed over basically everything and how the system is ran. And that is why it has not done so yet. But just keep that in mind, that our community still has full control and full power over this this price and where it goes to. Now, something that might scare the markets next week and have a little bit of a
But, you know, they voted to reverse split and combine the shares and dilute the shares, essentially. Oh, wait. Oh, whoa. Well, you didn't, though. Oh, it's almost like somebody else is in control then. All those apes, the ape units, institutional apes. Yeah, that's it. The institutional apes. So no, you're not in control. Not in control. Probably never were.
Retracement on the SPY. Europe must reduce dependence on the US dollar. And we have CPI data inflation coming out Wednesday. We have the FOMC meeting on Wednesday. CPI inflation on Thursday. Jobless
No, we don't have it.
Retail sales Friday, as well as consumer sentiment.
You have the minutes from the last fucking meeting coming out. You don't have the FOMC meeting on Wednesday. The next meeting is not until May.
Of this is going to affect the market, and Wednesday the market is probably going to be insanely volatile. Now, some things that also might have a negative effect on the market. Taiwan has now detected.
Yeah, just because you think so, now it's not. It's going to be flat all day, or it's going to be barcoding all day, just because you think it's going to be volatile. Great, good job.
70 Chinese aircraft and 11 warships surrounding the island. Just to make it even sketchier, sending American troops to Taiwan is apparently on the table if China invades. So if China does invade Taiwan, the US will not hesitate to send American troops over there, which can
at least we're building that new Tesla factory in China.
Lead to a World War III, which is not something that would
be
awkward. What's happening is China surrounding them with fighter jets, and they're also carrying out simulated precision strikes on Taiwan. But they basically say, you know, this is just a drill. If you had,
just a drill.
Literally think of Call of Duty.
Just in case Taiwan strikes first.
Practice on your house, practice on your house, practice on your house. Are you going to not be a little bit sketched out as to why? And
shut up. I don't need to listen to this guy talk about geopolitics. Fuck off. For real. Okay. What do we got going on here? Oh, absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So let's see here. This was the pop. This pop here was from Friday morning when the jobs data came out. Love that. Here it is in the S&P. It's more pronounced. So we saw that. But we also saw, what did we see? So we saw the dollar pop up. We saw stocks pop up with it. We saw bonds sell off. This is the same point in time on Friday morning. Volatility collapsed. I mean, it didn't really collapse, but it went down. Just fascinating stuff, you know, really. It did not make sense at all. Are you talking about the market move or what's this fuck there? Lynn. Okay, let's go to let's go to this guy. Let's go to this clown here. I don't normally deal with this guy.
So in just under 24 hours from right now, Adam Aron, the CEO of AMC Theaters, is going to be here in Boston, Mass. And as we said the other night in the live stream, I wanted to sit down.
Oh, he's a masshole. That makes sense.
Interview with him. As of right now, that is not happening. But I did hear that someone else in the community, more than likely, had beat me to the punch.
I posted something earlier today. Me and popcorn. The face to face that I
fucking right.
It happened a long time ago. It's coming. Let me tell you something. There's some James O'Keefe shit. But either way, I'm gonna be respectful because what I'm looking to do is get two answers taken care of. Why did you turn around and arrange for Antara to have voting rights to get around?
Hey, you're saying it wrong. It's Antara.
What we voted to know, like, because you wanted to get out of debt, we were going to help you get out of debt. You should.
Now, you guys know I would never knock any YouTuber who was able to go out there and nail down an interview with Adam Aron.
So we watched the CSI response to this earlier, I think. That was what that was.
Considering the small window of time that he is going to be here in Boston,
I don't know,
and how busy his schedule probably already is.
Oh yeah, there he is.
I hope he takes advantage of this opportunity and asks him some important questions.
Hell no, he's not
especially
gonna do
questions concerning things that have happened just recently in the past, let's say, few days. So I want to take tonight and focus in on a few of those issues that some of the YouTube creators out there possibly are having right now or are talking about. You'll probably know some of the creators. You'll probably know some of the points that they're making. And at least if I can put them on this video and Mr. Aaron does happen to see it, maybe he'll have a better understanding of why he's having possibly poor reception.
I got a flight. Let me watch some videos about my company on
why
YouTube.
He's getting negative feedback on his social media posts. At least we can address some of the issues that we're having in, let's say, the smaller AMC YouTube space. And if nothing else,
does he consider him part of that? That the smaller YouTube space? This guy's got 7,200 subscribers. So
hopefully use tomorrow night to set something up for the future, so we can address some of these problems and get some answers to, I think, some questions that we all have. All right, but before we do any of that and talk about Adam Aaron being in Boston in less than 24 hours, cue the speeder.
Mute your fucking intro. Is it over? Nope. Jesus Christ. Wow, what a great intro.
There's a good possibility that that interview with Lou has fallen through. And so I'm going to try to get this video out tonight so that we can try to get it to Adam Aaron and get his eyes on it. So if he has the time now freed up, I can sit down with him tomorrow night, and other YouTubers can help me.
You can sit down with them.
The questions that we want to bring to him. But here is the video. Good evening, beautiful people. Guys, what's going on? It is very late on Saturday, April 8th, 2023. It's about to be Sunday morning. And of course, we're discussing Adam Aaron and his visits tonight to the AMC Theater here in Boston.
Bunk bed
some
on
of the
the left?
concerns of my fellow YouTube creator / AMC shareholders. And I just want to say, I think I've tried to be pretty fair with Adam Aaron throughout this entire process. We have been on one hell of a roller coaster ride with this stock, at least since I got into it back in early 2021. Now, I've said many times before, and this is going to be the case again tonight. Of course, when it comes to me, I have a position in AMC, a rather large one.
Really?
Now, I give Adam Aaron a lot of credit because he broke from many
receipts or it's BS.
of the norms that we've seen for decades on Wall Street as far as the relationship between retail investors and the CEOs of their companies. I think he's put in a lot of effort to try to have communication lines and dialogue continue to go both ways, through Investor Connect or the tour that he's on right now, going out through the country, where he'll be in Boston tonight, or by going directly to YouTube, as he did a couple times with Trey Collins from Trey's Trades. Now, it's been a long time since he's done an interview with anyone on YouTube. A matter of fact, it's been so long, I think Trey's been out of the AMC play completely for like over a year now. Think about how much has changed since the last time that
more than a year.
As far as the economy goes, the market, your portfolio, what's in your wallet right now, it is a very different world than it was a year ago. Now, I said tonight we were going to talk about some of the other creators and their concerns.
About 2 years ago.
Montage right now, so you guys know where I'm coming from.
1 year ago.
And I'm going to wrap this
no
up.
shit. 2 years ago.
To AA.
About that.
All the people that follow Adam Aaron, they're saying they want certain influencers to stop making videos.
And use lottery stocks logic. If this year was different than last year, and last year was different than 2021, yeah.
Oh, they don't care. See, it's the ones, in my opinion, that potentially got paid off. They're obligated, man, in my opinion, to fight the community for Adam Aaron. It's just my opinion. It ain't everybody. It's a few of them. You see what I'm saying?
Remember when I started Operation Write the Letter to the Judge?
It's a few of them.
I don't want no thank you or nothing like that. I don't give a fuck about that. I want you to do another letter. It could be very small, literally like a couple of sentences. Chancellor, I'm writing this letter to thank you for what you have done for the shareholders of AMC and 8, because our needs and our investment was side-railed with the creation of APE after we voted no for dilution.
Which even if there's a no hostile takeover, clause, I've already seen many cases, if the price is right, you acquire AMC, you fire Adam Aaron, you fire the board of directors. You understand? Hayfather would make a tremendous CEO, because I would get to the bottom of the corruption. I would find everything out and report it directly to you.
Right.
I have a whole lot of retail investors who want to join me in the suit against AMC concerning their involvement with the Antara deal.
Okay, I mean, you said you had something written up?
Yes, sir, I do.
Email it to me, I'll forward it to the partners. Correct.
All right, I'll be having that sent to you in just a moment.
So that was just a very small sample of YouTubers out there in this sphere who right now have voiced a lot of concerns and try to come up with some solutions when it comes to moving AMC in the right direction. And their feelings on the CEO, the job that he's doing, has done, and will do in the future. Now, the last clip in that montage was from Common Sense Investors channel. He had contacted some of the attorneys down in Allegheny and wanted to get in on the lawsuit. I don't know if that conversation went how he thought it was going to, but he also dropped another video last night speaking on the tweet from Adam Aaron about air specifically tomorrow night at Boston Common. And he mentioned that he wasn't able to find the trailer over on AMC's YouTube channel, only in Adam Aaron's tweet, and how we're losing out on the revenue for the clicks. Now, I'm not 100% positive, but I always assumed that the studios would probably collect that money because the music is copyrighted, the video clips are copyrighted. But if that's not the case, I certainly don't want to be turning away any added streams of revenue that we possibly could be taking advantage of. All right, guys, we're going to call this video done right here. It's getting really late. I need to get this uploaded. I just want to say before I let you go, I get right now that the community is in a very difficult place. There's a lot of infighting, a lot of backstabbing, name calling, finger pointing. We can do that all day, and it's not going to get us anywhere. We have been through so much in this community for the last 2 years. I mean, come hell or high water, you guys have stuck it out all this way, and you should all be commended for it because it takes an enormous amount of willpower to continue to tie up your money in this play during a recession with historic inflation and a company that is in debt right now, looking to come back and make a big-time recovery from the pandemic. So only you can decide if this is still a stock for you when it's all said and done. Thank you to all the YouTubers whose clips I used tonight. Again, if by some miracle I get AA, if Lou's interview gets canceled or he sees this and says, hey, yeah, sure, I'll take some questions, I'll make sure to reach out to a lot of the YouTubers who have been in this group for a while and see if we can't get some questions from around the community that are really pressing that you guys want answered that have major implications on your financial futures. If you ever wanted to help me out, tonight would be the night. Please like, share, comment, whatever you can do to help the algorithm. You can retweet this or somehow send it to AA so we can try to get his ear. That would be great. As always, guys, thank you for all the likes, the views, the comments. My new subscribers, my OGs. I appreciate each and every one of you. We are here to break the wheel. This is
Oh, God. So the shorts were right. AMC was doomed from the get-go. Adam Aaron's desperate attempt to please the 1% has left the whole situation in a mess. Just not comfortable with the leader of the company anymore. Well, hostile takeover. He's proved by his actions that he can be trusted no longer. I say let it crash to the ground. That's what AMC CEO and board of directors deserve, in my opinion. AA has got to go immediately. Wow. Immediately. That is a great one. Immediately. Please ask AA if there's no synthetic shares. How did they short ape so low? Shorting can only be done with synthetics, right? Yeah. Mrs. Tahiti, you got it, honey. I would really like to know if AA thinks ape was a mistake, but KC thinks that might offend him. Casey Shaw? We already know there were synthetic shares. There you go, right there. We already know. Yep, you do. I'd rather find out why they stole the value of AMC and put it in ape. Then they stole that too. Why did he go on a tour to meet people and try to get them to like him and then turn around and devalue their investments? Was that the plan all along? Don't answer that. Seems like secret deals were made which didn't include retail investors. Quote, is that the truth? These are the question I would ask Adam Aaron. Dude, there's no way you actually believe retail will get paid after a reverse split. I mean, it's completely BS. AA has been dumping on us. AA gets what he deserves. $42 million? Think you will find a way to interview the CEO of our company, AMC. No one would be better than you in Boston. Oh, sensing a crush. In any event, enjoy your evening. Can't wait to hear your experience. Did he actually say he was going to it? I don't... Diaper will never be transparent with retail. Diaper? Diaper. I don't want a transparent diaper on these retail. I don't want them to wear transparent diapers. No. His agenda is to get rid of current AMC shareholders and replace with new ones that he can control. Oh my God. Wow, these are some great comments. He's got a very educated audience, I can tell. He's got a really, really a fabulous audience. Primate distress calls. Oh no. They just don't care. This is Adam Aaron and the AMC board. They're like, uh-oh. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Cat's got him.
Mike.
Mike. All right. Oh, just kick him. Yeah, just kick him. That's good. Yeah. Okay. Still a whole lot of nothing going on here. Really. We get huh. Look at that. All right. Okay. I want to see what. Been checking for Twitter Spaces too. Haven't seen anything pop up that's going on currently. A few recordings.
I can look at it from a slight, especially if you're involved in the social network side. I'm always acutely aware that my strong belief is 90% of people are not on social networks. So that always gives me encouragement that whilst it can seem like everybody, mainstream media are really prime at doing this. They'll put on things that everybody's sheep. is one of their favourites. You know, everyone hates each other is another one. Anything to create divide is another one. So that tends to be our mainstream. Unfortunately, social networks tends to be the same. I get an awful lot of views.
Okay.
And all want to have
great opinions, and it's just 40.
No.
Oh God.
Where is everybody? I thought it said that they were.
What do you work there? Had a vote, and if someone's involved in all this, and what do you invested in?
I'm getting some chickens, man. You know, because I'm trying to.
Will be that
combination of great space.
You know, people are pissed off. People have had enough. It could be that it's self-preservation, but I can't help but think somebody right at the very top's pulling all the strings. So,
well, that's
as simple as
that's
just moving money
clearly
around. But
logical. That makes sense. It's Ken Griffin. Clearly. BBIG incentive.
It's part of our battle. It's part of what we're doing here. I know many.
Part of our battle.
On the Be Big Family website, a lot of people were fickle about releasing the share amounts for this and that. And I mean, I get it. I understand. This is completely different. This is basically, if you're on the website already and your name is there, sharing with so we can buy.
That they had to change something. Something came out, and also, you know, me like a dumbass, I have Robinhood. I got the vote. Yeah.
All right, I saved the best one for last. You remember they were talking about Corey
tonight. I do want to apologize to
this is Corey
and trying to remember the other Jarek. Yes, sorry for having you guys blocked. It does happen on occasion. It could have most likely, I believe that you were in a botnet that I had found, so that's probably where the block came from. So I do apologize. But you'll learn about that botnet either tonight or tomorrow. We'll see how, or not tomorrow, but in part 2. This will be a continuing series. There is far too much to go over in one evening. And I owe it to everyone, including myself, after 2 years of documenting and research. This is not a get it done in 1 hour, give me the TLDR of it. For those who do know me, you know my disdain for TLDR. Don't ever say that to me because I'll block you instantly on that one. So with that, I have written out everything that I'm going to say tonight. I will take breaks. If there's a significant amount of questions coming in on a certain topic, maybe not be trusted. Not be trusted. Our futures. Our futures.
Right. Shit,
guys, our futures. Our futures. Fuck. Guys, for those who do know me, the Huskies are alive and well. I have 4 Huskies, so
great.
They get loud. All right. So I don't think I have any messages right now. So the world that we live in is changing before our very eyes. And the digital world has been a big part that continues to shape our futures. From sharing research to online learning to funny cat videos and connecting with friends and family, the social ecosystem continues to change, evolving daily. Things are never quite what they seem. Nothing can be taken at face value, and strangers making promises cannot be trusted. Sadly, based on my own observation and nearly 2 years of research, it appears that the majority of real individuals that we know on this platform and other social platforms have been victimized or know someone who has been a victim to fraud or a scam in some way. And Into the Shadows will be highlighting quite a bit of that in the coming days and weeks.
Okay.
Now, they're artificial intelligence and integrate psychological techniques and tactics into their very plans. They communicate and collaborate with each other in real time through encrypted apps to ensure their messages.
1,400 people tuned into this shit.
They ship omnics to
Does it
the
show anybody in there?
elitist personalities
Maybe they watched
that
it
appear
afterwards.
within every social stock community. Chaos. And stupidly posted a picture of the report, however, using a marker to conceal specific information. The group of individuals using tactics not commonly used or known by most social media users lightened the photo to reveal what was underneath the marker. A mistake that I should not have made. So, where have I been? This has been the hardest part for me to write.
Oh.
I might say I would be justified.
Don't care.
That is what I stand for.
Okay, so it's a personal vendetta.
By a large group of individuals actively seeking to harass, intimidate, threaten, bring about financial harm to, and frame up myself and countless other individuals to not only defame and discredit me, but to harass and intimidate me online and offline and into silence. Intent, work their ways into stock communities, gathering individuals' trust, gathering personal information is a host works to build a relationship and rapport with a victim, quote unquote, the pig, before scamming them and encouraging them to invest large amounts of money in an online investment platform, which is operated by the same group of scammers. I know that there are a lot of people in here who do. For the sake of those who don't, I have spent 2 years learning myself, as well as providing sourced, documented information on social engineering tactics and technology. Too oftentimes we hear the words shill or bot.
Well, listen up, Lynn.
And I am hoping tonight, each of you will not only learn the proper technology, but use it. Why is that important? Tonight, more than ever, you are about to see and hear why. A bot is a user account controlled by a computer. It is not a human. Much like with GPT, it's getting far more difficult to detect bots, but it's still possible, which threw a wrench into scammers and
I'm waiting for Chat
ability to disseminate disinformation.
GHB.
And
Chat GHB.
So, much like all of the rest of us in society today, the clock ticks on, technology grows, and so do they. To bypass the algorithms that detect bots, they began logging into the bot accounts a percentage of the time each day or every other day, and manually running that account, giving it a more humanistic view, so to speak. Therefore, throwing off the algorithms that can detect if it's a bot or not. Those accounts are known as cyborgs. And yes, these are technical terms. These are not made up. And I can assure you, MMTLP, when I brought up sock puppet for the first time, people thought I was a lunatic. Look it up. That is the technical term for what I'm about to explain to all of you. Sock puppet is an account that is operated maliciously and with deception as intent by an individual, oftentimes for fraud or nefarious purposes. There is a distinct difference between a troll and a sock puppet. Again, a sock puppet has Ill intent. A troll is someone entirely different. A shill, I can't stand that name. AMC and GameStop will tell you I can't. Nobody uses the terminology right, so if you use it, God, look up the definition. So now that you know what a bot,
this is highly informative,
and a cyborg is, here is why.
I mean, I am learning a lot.
So rampant. I am going to use an example, and you all are on your phones right now. So I would like all of you to open up.
No, I'm not.
Safari,
but okay.
Chrome, any whatever browser you have. Go to Google and type in Botometer. Botometer was one of the most reliable resources for detecting bots when it came out. I live in Indiana, and it was developed right here in Indiana at Indiana University, one of the leading universities in social engineering and social manipulation research.
Yep, this is on IU's website.
Coming weeks, I can't say when yet, I will be having industry leaders from the fields of cybercrime, from the fields of social engineering and psychology. And I'm very fortunate, extremely fortunate, to have already lined up and spoken to one of the most leading criminal psychologists in cybercrime and works with the FBI. His name is Dr. Nuccitelli. He will be featured in the I have watched play out some of the most orchestrated bullshit that I have ever seen in my life.
What are you talking about?
Example.
Oh, great.
Ant Trades. I saw that account get doxxed and something.
Wow. Okay, now it's starting. I'm good at skipping, I guess.
You
I don't
guys
know.
are all, here's a little preview of the holy, he's not playing. So I am very good at looking at source code. I'll just say it that way. And that is not the original Ants Trades. How do I know this? Because each one of you little profiles down there are assigned a unique Twitter ID that is embedded in code. I will not say where yet. I will save that for the space call.
Isn't that what we're on?
Because each of you, it's public information. So before Crying Game out there goes crying about being hacked or anything, no, this is public information that you all can look up. Hell, shit, you can go Google right now. How do I find my Twitter ID? But there's something called the Wayback Machine.
Oh.
And I quite enjoy surfing data. And I will say that the Ants Trades that was portrayed not too long ago and doxed, 100% is not the original Ants Trades.
He got doxed? Good.
And this is the moment.
I mean, that's terrible.
The fan. There are accounts portraying themselves as retail investors that all have a tell. That tell is this: I got hacked. Oh, I'm taking a break. And they come back under a new account. And then they go.
Ray did that.
It's called parking a handle. So you all knew me originally as Corey AMC. I never parked that handle. It's why an individual cyber predator was able to impersonate me. The same with my old original from years ago. An AMC community watched that play out where I was stalked, my children were stalked, and my kid's mom was stalked, their teacher was stalked. It was disturbingly scary. And yes, the FBI got involved. And contrary to popular beautician's opinion, the FBI did not come to my house nor the sheriff's department because of that individual. They came because of me. And that is documented on police reports. Nice try. Take another swing, crying game. Now, what you can do is pay attention. They like to hijack handles. And then they will go and park it. So these individuals who suddenly were hacked or leave and come back, check their account. This is something no one pays attention to. When was the account created? Now, AMC knows. I preached this for a long time. And OP. Oh, did I say that?
Okay, that was absolutely fascinating, but you know, there's no current spaces. Dang it. This is funny. Too bad we can't listen to it. Where is it? This space. Fuck Wall Street. Hashtag AMC. Can't hear this one either. Dang it. Do it, Lynn. I'm all for that. AMC in 15 minutes. Oh. So that must be like a space thing.
He possibly could. Oh yeah.
What's up?
What up, dude?
The day has finally come, it seems.
Yeah, on even more shadier circumstances than I predicted.
Yeah, I mean, that says a lot. I mean, if you're going to be basically paying these people off after saying, you know, verbatim more or less that you were in the right the whole time and there's nothing that should be an issue. Like, come on.
And it looks like they're paying them off in stock A or Class A common stock.
Oh, this is back when the settlement was a thing.
Yeah,
okay.
Class A common stock will be issued as part of settlement payment. So basically, that's admission that they were wrong, but Antara said we'll settle in the form of stock.
There was something that I didn't really read
Antara
completely because I just started reading.
It's Antara, and they said that we'll
some other
stock?
things on Twitter, but at the end of that, it mentioned something.
Antara. How are they involved in the lawsuit? I thought it was a pension fund against AMC. What does Antara have to do
about
with it?
when that specific common stock
sure
I think would
that
be
I know.
delivered. Did you see that part?
Let's see.
Because it was talking about, I think, after conversion, but I need to read it again.
It would make sense, but basically in saying we're going to issue Class A common stock as part of settlement, you're diluting AMC shareholders even more. So they can't issue it now because technically there's none available. So as soon as this converts, AMC is getting diluted.
That part
probably going to come. I would say AMC is probably going to come down to $3, and Ape's probably going to go up to $3, and then it's going to convert and immediately get diluted. So, I mean, if shorts do or don't cover afterwards, I don't even care. I'm done with the play after this because Adam Aaron is a fucking scumbag. Like he's just a piece of shit. There's no doubt in my mind that he did everything he possibly could to leak the value of AMC stock out of retail hands into the institutions. And his little tweet storm this weekend was super cringy. It was basically, you know, he didn't say a freaking word on January 27th, on August 22nd, March 31st. He didn't say, you know, he just denied there was naked shorts.
Are you trying to command the bot?
Pantera has been unloading total return swaps left and right, which basically, if they're total return swaps unloading, that could be for anybody and anyone, basically undoing their short position. So he bled every freaking dollar he could out of the AMC stock from the shareholders, from 45 all the way down to 3. And every single fucking idiot in AMC community that went after Mark Cohodes for doing the T0 plan, you all got fucking played. Bottom line, you guys got played like absolute fools. T0 would have put AMC at $200-300 a share because it would have reconciled the share count between the security tokens and the common stock before AIM was issued. So I encourage you all to go out and talk to every single person who went after Mark and T0 back in 2021. You know, when he came to the table with 2 million shares on his plate. It's so freaking stupid. I'm besides angry and like celebrating a little bit here, it's just ignorant. It's so ignorant, man.
Oh no, no, you don't have
clout chase in the community.
Don't show
so
respect.
Retarded. Excuse my language.
Yeah, you're not alone in your frustration. I know a lot of other people feel the same way. It's a lot of people that even still have a little bit of hope that, you know, a lot of the money that they have lost over the course of the last couple of years, almost going on 3 years, right?
Yep.
You know, they're not going to really get that back from this unless they just hold the stock and hope
almost
that,
going on 3 years.
they can
What?
recuperate over the course.
What the
of
fuck are
however
you
many
talking
years it would
about?
take, but I'm not going to be doing that.
No, it's
myself.
right at 2 years for most of these
I
clowns.
gave everybody a play to get out of their AMC positions. I cleared mine myself.
God,
A bunch of other people
these
did,
guys
thankfully.
Oh my God. All right, let's hear this 1 hour and 10 minutes
PO
here.
order on me, an emergency one on me, Amy, and Christy. And also he was trying to put algo hack in there, but he doesn't know any of his stuff, so he could not do it. But the judge,
Because nobody knows anything about algo hack.
the courts kept denying it, and so he would go back that same day and add just a little more to it to make it seem like we're even worse. And eventually they denied him a temporary one, but they allowed him to
they gave him hearings.
A hearing, yes.
Yeah.
So I was able, because of my husband and he's disabled.
She was first. Babe was first.
Right. I was first.
Yeah, she went first, and that he dismissed them after us. But she didn't just go first. We had an attorney advise us, and she just destroyed him, and he was pissed. And then
he was seeking revenge after that.
Yeah, and then there's another person involved. He goes by Tree Logger. His name's Willis Collier.
Yes,
and he vehemently hates all of us, and he and Corey.
He's his bodyguard, basically. He's his bodyguard, and I've gotten many threats from him before.
Yeah.
So he's actually the one that called in the SWAT.
Yeah.
But him and Corey, and not just him and Corey, it's also yes, it's Travis, it's the Shield Team 6 crew. Mm-hmm. They all posted about it. Their posts are still up. They posted before, during, and after. And me and Christy and Amy, we all knew something was going on or was about to happen because they were posting about it.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to give like some quick context to people who may have just joined. We're talking about Corey right now. And the reason we're talking about it in an MMTLP space is because Andrew is encouraging people to follow Corey and go to his spaces and kind of like beware of shills and whatnot. But Corey is actually not a good person, and he has had these ladies swatted. He's had Babe swatted, and he's had orders of protection against him. So it's really irresponsible for Andrew to not do his homework on who he's bringing into the community. And it seems to me like Corey targets women especially. right? And so
yes, and I brought that to his judge, where I had to talk to his judge, and I brought that to his attention, and he was looking over the stuff, and he definitely agreed and was asking Corey questions, why it only seems that he's going after women and trying to get these protective orders on women and not men, when these men are listed, other men in the community are listed in these PO orders that he's trying to get. So
because he's a piece of shit.
Out on that a few times.
Plain and simple. There, I solved
so
it.
I think it was, what was it? Was it 2 days after your court hearing?
Yes.
Okay,
so I had my hearing online, and he was there, and I was there like via Skype kind of thing. And I basically, he was just not prepared at all. He just gave the judge a lot of things that weren't even about me. It was all about like algo hack and stuff, and nothing pertained to me. So so thankfully Christy has one of her friends that is a lawyer, and I was advised, and I knew exactly how to go in there, and I just asked him questions, yes or no questions, that he could not answer, and the judge saw right through it. So he threw it out, and then we thought I was done. I didn't want to deal with this anymore. Neither did Amy or Christy. They ended up getting letters in the mail because he had to, the court basically asked him to dismiss the other ones. And so they got letters in the mail that theirs was dismissed. So we thought it was all over, but we went to bed. Well, we were getting ready for bed. I have two boys that are 4, and the other one was 12 at the time. And because of what was going on,
Travis
we actually got a security.
Travis was live tweeting, basically alluding to something happening, and so was Willis, and
it's all on there still.
Yeah,
they still have it all there.
Like, it wasn't saying what it was going to be, like that same kind of thing, right? That sort of like the leading in, like,
right.
Oh, you won't believe like what's about to happen kind of thing, and we caught it, and we're all on a text, and it was like, something's about to happen, and we knew something was about to happen, and
yes, we didn't know what actually.
Right.
I knew that they were crazy, but I didn't know that they were that crazy until it happened. And because of what was going on, they knew where we were. Tree Loggers Unhinged, and we just didn't know what they're capable of.
But we think he was there. We think that he was.
He kept tweeting. Well, this is before, because I had to get a bunch of security systems. So I have 6 cameras on my vent of. I'm actually in my county. I'm the first ever to have a PO order placed from somebody in another state. They didn't even know how to go about it at first.
All right, who is this guy?
Boom, bam, back pow with another video. We're going to be talking about AMC stock, ticker symbol AMC for AMC Entertainment Holdings. I will also go over APE after AMC. Okay, so I will go over APE, so stay tuned for that. We're going to go over levels, and more levels. So I did have a support level right around $4.40 on AMC and a resistance level right around $5. We are looking for some type of pullback. I don't really want to get in AMC at this $4.90, $5 kind of high prices after the big movement. I want to see
high
what
prices
is
after
going to
the big
confirm
movement.
buying pressure, where it's going to confirm support. Remember, we never chase price because it is not needed, right? You always have to wait for some type of pull down because that will show you more if that stock is going to continue going higher on that pull down, or then it's just shooting up like this. Okay, so let's go ahead and take this off. Make sure you guys smash that like button. Let's get the video over 100 likes if you guys want to update on AMC tomorrow when the market opens. And don't forget to use that code 19OFF to join the team. You get 19% off your first month, elite or VIP. Make sure you see which one fits you the best. Like Thursday, we did a SPY call here. I seen you guys the month strike price I'm paying, where I'm looking to exit, what type of play it is. Sold half of those SPY calls, 18% gain, and sold the other half for a 19% gain, right? So say you put $1,000 in there, that would have been an easy, close to $200 play within only 2
say
minutes.
you put $1,000 into a play that you got
description. Now AMC
tweet.
Support level was at 440.
Discord message.
We are going to change that now. Support level is going to be up now about $4.65. We're going to put the new support. But this can also be a buying level. Okay, so what we might see, what we could see is AMC, right, is right around 490 or so, pulls down to like 465. This support could turn into a buying pressure area and turn it back up. But once it turns back up, we want to see what happens at that resistance level at $5, because it could turn up, show resistance here, and then come right back down, or it could break this resistance, right? If it does that, that's going to be a very good sign on AMC, and then we'll probably see some more runnage to the upper side. But we do have another resistance level right around $5.35. So let me right here. So we got 2 resistance levels to look out for on the upper side, but it is good. We are starting to break resistance levels on the upper side. We just have to know, is this run going to sustain and start going higher? We don't need it to go all the way up $8, $9 to get profit. It can go to $6 and we'll still get profit, right? The whole point is to be profitable. That is the main reason you're even in the market. That's the main reason I'm in the market. Also build that knowledge when you join the team.
Trading,
profitable every week.
swing trading.
So $5, $5.35. These are 2 resistance levels AMC must break to actually know if we're going to get a run to like $6.
Playing some tight options.
These have to break. It's very important. But if we come down and actually break this support level at $4.65, that's okay, because there's still more supports below this level. We just rather it hold here and then go up instead of coming all the way back down and then going up. But we'll see. These are the main levels I'm kind of looking out for. Remember, this support level is a buying pressure level in one as well. Then let's go to APE. Make sure you guys follow me on Instagram at will.knowledge. Please make sure you're following the right one. There are scam accounts going around. Some of them have underscores. Some of them have 2 E's, 3 L's. Make sure it's spelled correctly. You should not be following any other Instagram than the one that I'm showing you here. It is only will.knowledge. 1853 followers. Follow one person. This is me. The other ones are fake. Do not get scammed. Then APE, ticker symbol APE. We had a buying pressure level at $1.50. This is a support and buying pressure level. This is actually still active for buying pressure, but we do have to add one level down there at about $1.45, which also could act as a buying pressure level. Actually, we're going to turn that into our buying pressure level now, because if we go down to the 5-minute chart, you can see what happened at the old one. It actually hit, but no buying pressure came off of that. It tried to come here, but buying pressure really didn't confirm. Remember, there's 2 different ways. There's buying pressure, and then there's buying pressure confirmation. We did not get that. That's also something I teach you guys. And at $1.50, it kind of just acted as a support. So we're going to take that $1.50 off. That $1.50 has already been exhausted. And then $1.45 will be our new buying pressure level, and it's a support in one. So 2 levels in one. And then resistance level is $1.65, but I'm going to move it all the way down here to about $1.55.
Wow.
10 cents lower here. Okay, so that's the levels I'm kind of looking out for APE. Remember, they denied the conversion. That's why you see APE going down and AMC going up. We'll see how that goes, but these are the levels I'm looking at. Thank you guys for watching the video. Smash that like button and subscribe. And always remember, no circumvention of ours, so anything just for educational purposes only. So do not trade anything you see or hear in the video. Catch you guys in the next one. Bye.
Okay, there it is. I think there was something on here. Oh yeah, aprons, $5. That there was another note. Well, overhead supply zone. I thought it was Marine comes back to YouTube, but that that's the latest TA. Wow. All right.
Arma just fired back. In today's video, I have a major update for AMC stock regarding what's about to take place tomorrow. And guys, if you own AMC stock, you need to watch this.
These types of channels. I mean, I really wonder who's behind these. Five months ago. Jesus. 9 months ago. One year ago. Okay. Oh shit. Oh my God. Oh, wow. You could really just recycle all of these. Oh my God. Is it before AMC? That's before AMC. So they started out doing this. Top 3 penny stocks. CCIV. Oh boy, that's going back. Gold mining penny stock to watch. Probably not Wyckoff mining. Shiba Inu. Cardano crash. Which appears to be the first AMC video.
I have some breaking news regarding AMC stock as well as an updated price prediction. Be sure to watch all the way through so you don't miss any important details, as we do have a lot to cover. Before I hop into this video, if you're new to this channel, you're going to want to subscribe as I talk about the hottest stocks and cryptocurrencies without wasting your valuable time. So please consider subscribing, and while you're at it, smash that like button. I really would appreciate it. None of this is financial advice, and this video is just for entertainment purposes. With that said, let's get right into it. So shares of AMC has more than doubled in price this week, and this, in my opinion, could just be the beginning of a long potential short squeeze. Now, this week, AMC stock is up roughly 116%. The stock rose as much as more than 20% Friday before ending the day down 1.5%. The stock's run had cost short sellers who bet against the shares a fortune. Short sellers were down a total of $2.36 billion year to date as of Friday morning, which is absolutely insane. The run in AMC shares has been far greater this week than those for other meme stocks. GameStop shares are up 44%, while Bed Bath & Beyond and BlackBerry are up 12 and 17% respectively. At its high for the day of $36.72, AMC had surpassed $35, a level it hasn't closed since March of 2015, which is very eye-opening in my opinion. Now, from what I found conducting my own research, virtually all of the early gains in the stock on Friday came from buying by retail traders rather than resulting from short sellers closing their positions. Only a tiny slice of transactions were from short sellers buying the stock back. The big question many of you have is, what price could AMC reach after the outstanding share count is completed? Well, in my opinion, it is a possibility that we could easily see $100 per share this trading week as a conservative estimate. Now, just from the current numbers alone, there aren't anywhere close to the amount of outstanding shares available to cover shorts, which could theoretically continue to drive the price much higher, assuming retail investors continue to hold and buy more shares over time. By doing this, then the stock could see an astronomical number. The more realistic scenario, in my opinion, is we could see that the prices hit as high as $1,000 per share at the peak of the short squeeze. Personally, I will be holding my shares until we get close to the peak, and since I did use play money to purchase these shares, I am really not concerned if there is a catalyst that causes the stock to drop this week. However, if you are using money that you need, be sure to understand the risk when trading high volatility stocks such as AMC. Drop a comment down below on this was before the squeeze, stock could reach. And if you enjoy this video, smash that like button and subscribe so you don't miss future updates on AMC stock.
Wow, look at all
Keep in mind,
this.
stocks valued up to give you a not waste your post notification.
Yeah. So then hold forever. Then it wasn't too long after that they just switched to AMC exclusively, pretty much. You still got the 3 penny stocks, hold forever, and then hold forever. Still got it. 29. They're talking about filings, NSCC filings. Yeah, okay. I mean, once you start getting into this shit, Fed taking action, institutions are loading up. This is probably the first time that this clown put this video out or talked about this as a supposed catalyst. The institutions loading up theory. Yeah, because they're loading up for the squeeze. Yes. They know it's coming. Illegal.
So Charles Payne has an urgent message for all AMC apes. Before I get into this video, show your support for AMC by smashing the like button. It only takes a few seconds, and I really for all AMC. Now let's get right into it. So Charles Payne recently tweeted a message for all AMC apes. He says, folks going back to theaters, Disney thinks so. Did they ask smart money crowd? Hashtag AMC squeeze, hashtag apes together strong. Both moves are strong indications just how bullish Disney is on the theatrical experience, and why shouldn't it be? Now guys, in my opinion, Charles Payne brings up a great point. If we see strong indicators that movie theaters are going to experience strong demand, then it's only logical that we should see this positively impact AMC stock price. There are several new films being released, and I think we should expect to see a record-breaking quarter for AMC. This may be just the catalyst that is needed to ignite the AMC short squeeze. The other item to look forward to is going to be on October 25th, which is the trial date for the Citadel versus SEC. If this moves forward, I think we can expect a major impact to AMC stock. Now, I know a lot of you are wondering when we will see the short squeeze happen for AMC, but the truth is there is no definitive date, and anyone that claims that is just guessing. I, however, predict that we could see the AMC short squeeze start as soon as this year and will remain holding strong until we do. Now, do me a favor and let me know in the comments, do you agree with Charles Payne that we are seeing strong bullish indications for AMC? With that said, smash that like button if you enjoyed this quick AMC update.
Jesus Christ. Trading suspended. Citadel bombshell. Not going near that. Trading stopped. Game over. Ending. Finally. Margin calls. Put that on the bingo card. AMC stock, they just did this. I'm shocked.
What Citadel just did that you need to hear before I get into this video is only pro $500 each.
Now.
Let's get right into it. So AMC stock has been targeted by shorts for a very long time, and a lot of you may be wondering what is the current status and if shorts such as Citadel will cover their position. Well, guys, I actually found some great DD in my opinion by a user named Troubleswitch that I want to share with you. So here is what he says, and guys, he did break it down in sections to provide an in-depth opinion, starting with who is Citadel. So Citadel is a market maker and authorized participant and make more shares. As a market maker, they oversee bid-ask prices to create a tight spread. We've been using since is designed to be liquid, so liquid in fact that it makes the most profit off of fast rips and fast dips. Citadel is short on everything because their goal is to buy lower than the requested order. This gives them every incentive to drive the price closer to $0 with every trade. They make money on companies dying with high frequency trading, derivatives, and naked shorting stocks and ETFs. Citadel's computers control around 40% of the entire market's volume. It's designed to make stocks liquid when illiquid to make money. They said it's for the sake of liquidity to discover a better price, and they are right, but that price is only discovered for their own profit. The price of every stock, every ETF, every bond, and every crypto is determined by their machines. The worst part of it all is that nobody has the authority to regulate any of their practices. Now, who is BlackRock? BlackRock is one of the world's wealthiest asset managers. They are known for creating the iShares ETFs, which houses AMC shares, and Citadel uses these for arbitrage. ETFs like the Russell 2000 and Russell 3000 play a key role in preventing the MOAS. BlackRock's money-making strategy is predatory lending securities for cheap rates. If the cost to borrow would increase rapidly, they make big bucks if borrowers hold and when they return them, since they are long on the stock. BlackRock owns 40 million plus AMC shares as of September 30th of this year. In the next report date at the end of December, they will have more. They can't sell shares they have lent out. If they wanted to sell shares, they would have to recall shares from borrowers. With macroeconomic issues arising, it's quite possible that they didn't.
Jesus Christ.
This gives them the incentive to go short and swap to long when they need to provide those shares. Authorized participants have the ability to create and destroy shares within their own benefit, and they don't have to report what they do with them to anyone. The computers do it all for them too. As we can clearly tell, an algorithm determines price day to day. This is why they turned off the buy button off in January, because their algorithm was going to destroy them. They could not locate the shares they needed to match the ETF rebalance in February because they didn't exist. Citadel is the largest high-frequency trader in the world. They handle insane volume that uses the above process in the dark pools to set the price of the trade. If $1 billion until January, possibly fractions of volume over time. This is borrowed time masked with naked shorting, married puts, cash-covered ETF swaps, and high-frequency trading. MOAS will collapse the system.
That's what they had to this point. Is it right here?
And are bleeding money more and more every day. To wrap things up, and this is important, he talked about borrowed time. He says, we have been in the MOAS since January, possibly even since last November, but it is coded to specifically release the pressure in fractions of volume over time. This is borrowed time masked with naked shorting, married puts, cash covered ETF swaps, and high frequency trading. MOAS will collapse the system. This is a time bomb that started in 2008 and blew up in January. Every broker, market maker, authorized participant, and hedge fund is short on AMC because they can't let this go thermonuclear. Look at the overall market. Nothing is the same anymore. Meme stocks are going to suck up every dollar in the market because nobody expected to see a consequence. MOAS is coming. Macroeconomic impacts from COVID, Evergrande, and world tensions could set things off at any moment. Recession factors like these would break the computers, hold MOAS back. Shorts on AMC will have infinite losses. Even when MOAS comes, the market will never be the same in a very scary way. All right, guys, so that was all written by user named Troubleswitch, and his post is trending online. Now, I do find a lot of his points interesting, and this has got me thinking about what is actually going on. Now, obviously, make sure you guys verify all of the information in this video yourself, as I am not a financial
How are you going to do that?
And this post was written by a user named
How in the
Troubleswitch.
fuck
Now,
are
guys,
you supposed to do that?
And
verify the information. Jesus Christ. Okay. Wow, what a exciting mess over here. Yeah. Let's see here. Okay. No, Tasty was not live today.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Macro Money. This is Ilya Spivak, head of global macro here at Tasty Live. And today we're going to have something a little bit special for you. It's been a little bit of a lull in previewing U.S. economic data. We, of course, had a big run of it already this week. We had job openings data. We had ISM data. We're going to have non-farm payrolls and that big story about the U.S. Employment situation on Friday. We'll talk about that on tomorrow's show. So today we have an opportunity for something a bit special while there is a bit of space to do it. There's been a lot of conversation recently, and this seems to recur every few years, about the collapse of the US dollar or the replacement of the US dollar as a global reserve currency, the displacement of it by this or that thing, the yuan, the euro at one point. The conversation this go around seems to be about some sort of a collective BRICS currency or some sort of a collective BRICS effort to replace the dollar. And so what we're going to do is we're going to talk about that and talk about why this is not going to happen, at least in any kind of forecastable sense, why this is not something that we should be expecting, not something that we should be planning portfolios around, not something that we could clearly see happening in most of our lifetimes, if not longer. Let's begin with the most important thing that a global reserve currency needs to be and why it's so important. We begin, of course, as one might, with liquidity. So let's start with one measure of liquidity, market capitalization. This is just the value of all of the money in a given currency outstanding. This is not the usual measure of liquidity, but it's a start that gives us a little bit of a baseline. Why is liquidity important? Well, you need to be able to transact in a global currency. There needs to be enough of it to change hands and to power global exchange. If there's not enough of it, well, then, of course, global economic activity can't happen. You need that medium of exchange. And so clearly you can see here the US dollar doesn't just outstrip any given other currency. It outstrips the BRICS bloc together. It outstrips the Eurozone collectively by a wide margin. So the total value in the dollars that are out there is huge, but this is not the most dramatic. In fact, it's probably the least dramatic way of looking at the dollar's dominance. And the question really then becomes, if you're going to try to come at the king here, the question becomes, well, you and what army? Where is there enough liquidity to power global trade without some sort of cataclysmic collapse in global economic activity if you are not using the currency that has this kind of a lead on liquidity? What exactly are you going to do? What combination of currencies are you going to put together where you get enough agreement in collective monetary and fiscal policy coordination, to say nothing of all the other elements, which we'll talk about here in a bit. But where exactly are you going to get that? What collection of like-minded entities are you going to put together that is going to counterbalance this, and how? Let's leave that open. We're going to ask ourselves that question quite a few times here as we go through. Here's a more dramatic look. This is from the Bank of International Settlements, and this is daily turnover in a given currency. You've surely heard me say before that the dollar accounts for over 80% of global monetary transaction settlement. This is that. Notice, the dollar is not even remotely on the radar of the rest. We're talking about approaching 90%, 88% in the latest numbers from the Bank of International Settlement, and holding at that level now for the better the better part of 5-6 years. And really holding above 80% for multiple decades. You can see I've highlighted the BRICS block here again. It's barely larger in terms of daily turnover of those currencies than China alone, which tells you that it's really China in that BRICS block that is of any meaningful size. And of course, the euro is more traded, the yen is more traded, the pound is more traded because China's currency isn't freely convertible across its borders. China has a very rigid exchange rate regime. In fact, one wonders what the yuan actually is because there's more versions of it than arguably any of the major currencies. There is the onshore yuan, CNY, that's set against a basket of currencies where the dollar is a big part of the basket. There is CNH, the offshore yuan, that's traded out of Hong Kong, not the Hong Kong dollar now, CNH. There's non-deliverable forwards settled in different currencies. There's a whole variety of versions of the yuan. This takes it all in sum. But this is not a freely convertible, easy to transact in currency for global business. Settling one LNG trade between France and China in yuan is cute and all. Makes for a good headline. But when you look at the euro and the yuan here, and you add them together, they barely make up half of the dollar daily turnover. So again, the question becomes, where are you going to get a liquid enough intermediary asset? Where are you going to get a medium of exchange that is going to take the dollar's role here? What even remotely comes close? What group of things remotely come close? It's not there. It's just not there. We can look at depth of financial markets and get a sense of liquidity that way. Here, what I've done is I've looked at the size of stock markets, the size of bond markets, and taken the two together. This is, of course, very important because any kind of economic activity requires the liquidity of these markets to provide credit, to provide the capacity to raise capital, to allow folks to invest in assets denominated in those currencies. Well, very clearly, U.S. markets absolutely dwarf anything else by a huge margin. The BRICS don't even add up to 40 trillion. They don't even make up half of what you're seeing in the US dollar denominated asset universe. Which means all of these various people out there that want to bet on this company or this debt, or that kind of paper, or this ETF, or that REIT, let's say. By the way, I'm not even touching derivatives here. We've not even talked about the futures and options markets. This is just real plain vanilla. If we start to throw derivatives in here, this chart would look even more dramatic. So there is just no world in which the people that want to own assets in this size, the people that want to have allocations of capital to businesses, to government debt instruments, to corporate debt instruments, there is just no way. The paper doesn't exist. to invest in those things denominated in non-USD currencies. It's just not there. Where is all that money going to go? And this, by the way, is another hugely important component of liquidity. The currency has to be
putting out a lot of videos today.
That all of the money can go into it without moving it in a really erratic way. If you have a relatively small currency, consider the 2008 financial crisis just by way of an example. And look at that tall U.S. bar there, the collective sum of U.S. Stock and bond markets for a sense. This is obviously where most of the world's money is invested, geographically at least, currency-wise at least. You can see it here clearly with the naked eye. Let's say you get another 2008 type of a scenario. And you don't have to go far. We just had the collapse of SVB. We just had the collapse of Signature Bank. Credit Suisse was just arm twisted into a marriage with UBS. This is not, of course, the 08 crisis, but we are certainly not far away from some sort of credit stress.
Hey,
we've just
at least he named them.
Episode of it. If you had another 08 type of an event, and everybody said, uh-oh, I need to cash out of markets. First, there's a credit crisis. I need to raise cash. Secondly, it looks like there is a recession, some sort of overall crisis outcome here. Let me get away from risk exposure. And everybody cashes out en masse. What would happen if one were to go into the yuan or the yen or the euro? Well, look at the size of these currencies. If you tried to stick that entire tall U.S. bar, or even half of it, let's say it's a movement from stocks to bonds. So let's say you're talking, give or take, 50 trillion. So you try to stick one of that tall yellow U.S. bar into China, into Japan. Well, obviously, those things are tiny in comparison. So if you did that, what would happen to the prices of the currencies there, given that huge mismatch between supply and demand? Well, those currencies would absolutely surge. So all the debts denominated in those currencies would become almost unbearable to service. Any country, business, individual relying on those currencies as the hypothetical replacement for the US dollar would suddenly find transacting in that currency absolutely impossible. Not the case with the US dollar, though, because it is so liquid, because it can absorb flows of this size going back and forth without going too crazy. So this is tremendously important and really the first part of the US dollar's dominance. We've now looked at it multiple ways, but it's unrivaled liquidity. Now, the next level of complication here. We often talk about how the U.S. is so very hobbled because of its twin deficits. And because its deficits are, to a meaningful extent, owned externally. Certainly not to a large extent in relative terms. Much more U.S. debt is owned domestically than externally in sort of percentage of overall debt. A ton of it, for example, is owned by the Fed. But if we look at just external debt, so debt that a country owes to entities outside itself, for the U.S., not even close. Huge amount. This is often talked about as a vulnerability. That's wrong. Here's why. When you are a little country, when you are not the global reserve currency, it is exactly a vulnerability, and that's absolutely correct. When you are the global reserve currency, it's a bit of an issue. But not for you. It's an issue for everybody else. Everybody owns so much U.S. debt that if this debt were ever defaulted on, the global economy would essentially stop. Because number one, if the dollar is backed by nothing except the faith and credit of the U.S. government, right, the definition of a fiat currency, then defaulting on this debt in its massive size would essentially make the dollar worthless. We've just learned here and here and here that nobody is interested in replacing the dollar as the transactional currency of choice because there is just no other option at a comparable level of liquidity. It just doesn't exist. And so no one except the few countries that maybe are disconnected from the global trading system are actually interested in this ever blowing up in the US's face. It gets worse. If you borrow $50 from me and don't pay back, arguably that's your issue. If you borrow $1 million from me and don't pay back, that's my issue. Consider the scale. Look at how much money the U.S. owes everybody. Now, if the U.S. were to default, let's not even go that far. If somebody were to start selling off U.S. treasuries in size, what would happen to the value of U.S. dollar obligations? They would crash. So all of these people that own all of these debt instruments would suffer crippling losses because of how much they own. Now, is anybody interested in suffering crippling losses on their bond portfolio? At the sovereign level, at the corporate level? Of course not. And so nobody is interested in a collapse. Everybody is effectively locked into a bet going along the creditworthiness of the United States. And this is why the U.S. is able to have the external debt that it has in the first place. Because when you need a safe place to park money, what you end up doing is you end up typically defaulting to treasuries, U.S. government debt, on the assumption that the risk of a default, that the risk of non-payment is minuscule. Not in absolute terms, perhaps, but certainly in relative terms. Which is how you were able to accumulate so much external debt. This is not a weakness. On the contrary, this ties everybody up into a one-sided trade long dollars. Let's look at the other deficit, the external deficit. Here the U.S. shines again. It's not quite as big, and here we're looking at it as a percent of GDP. So the external gap as relative to the size of the economy. You can see that the U.S. is not quite the biggest deficit here at about 3.6%. It's a little bit higher for the UK, but it's certainly, when we consider that this is the percent of GDP. US GDP is orders of magnitude larger than the UK. So the give or take 4% of the US GDP is a much bigger number than the comparable percentage, a little bit higher, for the UK. But the message to take away here is that the G20 average is something like 0.5, 0.6%. For the US, it's closer to 4. Now, why is this a good thing? Well, we just talked about money moving in and out of a country. Consider who would be up to perhaps replace the dollar. We just talked about some of the other countries that show up in the conversation. Russia plus China plus Brazil plus India. China by itself, you can see here, because of course, as we just saw, the BRICS group, when we talk about volume, is heavily skewed to China. If we had just a casual look, let's just say US versus China. China runs a trade surplus. If all of a sudden you had a bout of risk aversion and everybody's money came into the Chinese yuan, let's assume it could, because of course it can't, because of all the restrictions that China places on the flow of capital. But let's say it could. Let's say we live in a magical world whereby China has liberalized capital flows and exchange rates. Even if that were to happen, China doesn't want its currency getting that strong because exports are a positive contribution to its growth. And so suddenly you now have a policy barrier to the yuan becoming a global reserve currency. Look at the euro, the largest economy in the euro area, or Germany rather, the largest economy in the euro area. Again, about a 4% current account surplus, which means that, again, in simple terms, just to nail down what this is showing you, when you have a surplus, what that means is the world pays you more money than you pay it. In other words, you send more goods and services into the world and get more money back than the other way around. When you have a deficit, you're essentially a consumer more than you are a seller. So the world sells you more goods and services and you give it more money. So there is a net outflow of dollars as a consequence of this, and a net inflow of euros, let's say, into Germany, or a net inflow of yuan. Well, this, of course, works counter to these currencies becoming liquid enough, because the net flow of liquidity is into domestic markets, not out. So the liquidity of US dollar in global markets is actually reinforced by this. Not only that, it also makes so much of the world dependent on US consumption for demand. And therefore, not really interested in a significant amount of turmoil in the US dollar. Because again, they are inherently bought into a system whereby they need this US deficit because they need to be selling things to somebody in order to have economic growth. And the US's ability to accumulate debt with less consequence than similar debt levels would have elsewhere, because everybody doesn't want to see the US default, because everybody needs a global reserve currency that's viable and doesn't want to see it fail. this dynamic becomes self-reinforcing. Now let's take a bit of a pivot. We know that it isn't so much the problem to accumulate debt. It isn't so much a problem to throw around your economic weight. The problem is if you can't make good on it. So a college student, for example, that goes to borrow money for a house is a greater risk than, let's say, a medical doctor with 10 years of work history. Because the college student doesn't have nearly the income, most likely. We're obviously talking on average here. And ostensibly has a greater risk of non-payment. This is why that college student faces higher interest rates and is able to take on less debt without those interest rates starting to really spiral to reflect the risk of non-payment. Because of this self-reinforcing system that we're talking about here, the U.S. isn't really that kind of a risk in relative terms. And we've talked about why that's scale. But of course, another thing is that the U.S. is able to enforce its economic policy and enforce its economic will. As you can see here, the U.S. absolutely dwarfs everybody else in terms of defense spending. This is the budget as of 2020, and you can see that the U.S.'s ability then to project power, to counter threats, and thereby to remain stable, and thereby to have less risk of a default, is really unmatched. We have a situation in the creation of the euro that nicely captures this. Consider why the European Union came to be. The first three joint communities were European coal and steel, military industry, the customs union, capacity to wage war, European atomic energy, military industry. The European Union, when it first began, the initial points of collaboration and unification were essentially around France saying, look, we're done with the Germans crossing this border every few decades and burning everything. We need control and influence over the German military engine to make sure we can prevent this going forward. Now, there are various studies out there talking about this should have never happened. Sticking all these countries into one currency ultimately doesn't work because you have a central bank that can't manage all these very disparate economies. And that's true. But they went and did it anyway, because the prevention of destructive war is itself an economic good and seems to warrant a degree of imperfection in the structure, or at least they decided that it did. This kind of a mismatch of military strength tells you nobody's invading the U.S. very easily. Nobody's knocking the U.S. out of position whereby the U.S. couldn't respond in an overwhelming way. And so the viability of the borrower and the viability of the issuer of the currency, that is, the durability of the faith and credit of the U.S. government, is defended here by more guns than anybody could muster by a long mile. And so the question once again becomes, what's the alternative? Who's the alternative? Can China, India, Russia and Brazil agree on enough things to be a military alliance? And if they can even, which is a huge long shot, even just between Russia and China. China and India have a territorial dispute. Russia and China have a territorial dispute. Nobody of the BRICS group has a territorial dispute with Brazil because nobody's attached to it. But even if they could do that, still wouldn't add up to anything close to matching the U.S. Take it a step further. Size of Navy. Why is this important? Well, if you have a Navy that's large and able to project power, then you control shipping routes. If you control the sea lanes, you control global trade. And here, I've done this by just thousands of personnel. And again, the U.S. completely outstrips the competition. If you did this by number of ships, you could make the case that China has more ships. But what does that mean? Nobody has more blue water ships. In other words, the ability to project force not just in your neighborhood, but across the oceans. Nobody has that kind of capacity like the U.S. does. It's not even remotely close. And so if some upstart grouping of countries or some upstart country were to try to say, we are now the global reserve currency, and we are going to ensure that trade is transacted on our terms and in our currency. Again, the question becomes, you and what army? Because you can't defend that system. The story of globalization since the end of World War II, really, but more so, let's call it the 80s and 90s, and the aughts going into, let's call it 2016, where the current deglobalization process really got underway. That whole period of globalization was largely enabled by the U.S. Navy securing safe passage, with some episodic Somali pirate episodes granted, but securing safe passage for global trade, enabling that trade to exist. That's why the dollar is as dominant as it is, in large part. One of the big reasons. Nobody else can enforce a system like that, or even begin to. And so, just on pure arithmetic grounds, the notion that some countries, despite their surely earnest desire for a multipolar currency world, the notion that this is somehow viable, imminent, probable, is just not the case. The numbers simply don't add up. There is no alternative to the US dollar. It is not collapsing. We are not in a world whereby that becomes a realistic prospect anywhere within the forecastable investment horizon. It is clickbait and little more. Now, is this clickbait going to recur again? Almost certainly. But hopefully we can, in the face of such things, look at the data, look at what is actually being told to us in the numbers at a very baseline viability analysis and say, well, there's just no way that this works. How could it? It just doesn't add up. And that is macro money for today Thank you very much for joining me. I am here Monday through Thursday for Macro Money right after overtime with Chris Vecchio, head of futures and Forex. I'm also on with Chris on Fridays for Futures Power Hour. Not this Friday. We are, of course, off for the Good Friday.
For decades, we've presumed there to be corruption in the market, and now it's worse than ever before. Here with us today to talk about a very serious problem is none other than former CEO of Torchlight Energy, Mr.
All right.
I appreciate Let It Trade for what you've done thus far and for hosting this interview, as well as all the entire MMTLP community and all those others out there that are helping us spread the word, and for those who are also places for people to go to see the entire story. And thank you all for your relentless efforts and support throughout this whole ordeal.
John, so for those of us out there who might be hearing about MMTLP for the first time, can you give us the Reader's Digest version of what MMTLP is and how it came to be?
Yeah, so MMTLP is actually an extension of what was to be a non-trading Series A preferred dividend that was issued as a result of the merger that Torchlight Energy did with Metamaterials back in June 2021. The Series A preferred shares were issued to all holders of record on the record date, and it was designed to be a placeholder for the value of the oil and gas assets that were part of our definitive agreement that we reached with Metamaterials. Those shares were issued in accordance to that agreement in June of 2021. And then roughly 4 months later, the Series A preferred was applied for a ticker by two market makers using an obscure methodology to get stocks listed, and with no involvement from the issuer and with false information on OTC markets about myself and the Torchlight organization. And they began to trade the Series A preferred in an effort to, we believe, cover short positions that were carried over from the merger that resulted between Torchlight and Metamaterials. That ticker stayed trading for about 14 months and had all kinds of volatility and information, both good and bad, spread about it. In November, I think it was December of 2021, Metamaterials decided to actually take that Series A preferred and spin the assets out into a private company. They proceeded to file a registration statement in July of 2022. And at that point, the entire world, including all of the market makers and all the holders and all the shorts and MMTLP, knew that that the Series A preferred was going to be spun out into what became NextBridge Hydrocarbons, a private entity, but publicly reporting because of the amount of shareholders that were in the transaction. So long and the short of it is that about 4 months later, the SEC approved the S1 that basically gave the details of the spin out. And then a few weeks after, FINRA finally gave approval on their corporate action to give instructions, supposedly give instructions to market makers, broker dealers, and market participants on how to handle the transaction in the last days of its life, so to speak. A lot of that information was handled very poorly, we believe, by FINRA, and actually it was the corporate action that was submitted by Metamaterials was actually changed and modified and given as an edict to Metamaterials that this is the corporate action that FINRA has approved, and if you don't like it, then you're not going to get approved, basically is what they were saying. And then so they issued their corporate action with the indication that the stock would trade for 2 days. If you wanted to be a NextBridge shareholder, you could buy in those 2 days period. But after that, it would trade for 2 additional days, but there'd be no buying in order to basically allow for the positions to close. It would only be those that were short or position close only to close out a position. So during this time period, there was a lot of volatility in stock. The stock was heavily shorted on the last day, which indicates that somebody knew something was about to happen. At least that's our opinion. And then after that extremely volatile day of about 13 million shares, the offer sheets that were described on level 2 and all the offers that were into the broker dealers basically had offers of $100, $200, $300, $400 a share. And we believe that at that particular time, FINRA halted the trading because they knew that there was going to be a problem with the potential settlement of shares. The extraordinary event truly was extraordinary in the fact that if they allowed those shares to trade for 2 days and the shorts to cover, it would have been extraordinary profits for those who held MMTLP, in my opinion. So now, since all of that happened, we've been doing a lot of investigations, a lot of things that come forward, including the recent FOIA information that came out. And so there's been a lot of light shed on what truly happened during that time period. So we can discuss that here in a little bit, but that's kind of the overview. A lot of people got stuck in the stock. Some wanted to be Nextbridge shareholders, some didn't. And when when FINRA halted the stock, they trapped longs that were ready to sell the next 2 days, and they also trapped shorts that we're going to cover. So it's a very interesting situation we're in currently. The stock is frozen in time, even though MMTLP doesn't exist anymore. Nextbridge Hydrocarbons does. And the spin out of Nextbridge Hydrocarbons is really still in limbo because they don't know who their shareholders are. They don't know how many shares they truly have outstanding. And the corporate governance side of it, in my opinion, is really going to be lacking for them. So again, this problem needs to be fixed. We'll see where it goes from here, but we're pushing on every front that we can.
John, what do you believe is the main reason why MMTLP has been able to be even traded in the first place?
Great question. So really this came about as a matter of hindsight. So when MMTLP started to trade and we started to look into why this was trading.
You talking about the executives or the insiders or
commission issued in
who are they?
June 21st of 21. And basically what it said in the memo is that if you were in the options chain, and Torchlight began trading options the first part of June and trading heavy options. And for those of you who don't know, there's a put and call strategy that option traders do to create a synthetic share that they then use to short. And so that was going on quite heavily during that time period. And normally under most situations, you would have to close out your short position in that situation. And the main reason why is because there was going to be a dividend.
That's not exactly how it was
not monetary in nature. So you couldn't just pay the cash. And that dividend would have caused you to be short the dividend as well, with no methodology of paying the actual dividend to the rightful owner of that dividend. So in June of 21, the OCC came out with a memo that only went to market participants, not to the public, that basically stated 2 days before the record date, don't worry about settling your Series A preferred position. We will wait to see if we can get it to trade in order to settle in that manner. And if we can't do that within 3 or 4 months, then you can try to settle on a broker to broker basis. So basically they were telling all the market participants that don't worry about being short through the merger. We're going to try to trade this at a later date, even though the company itself had specifically stated in press releases and in the proxy that the Series A preferred was not to trade. We did not want a market to develop for this. They went around the wishes of the company, used some obscure methodology to get the stock listed. Now, obviously, they did so because they were short. They were probably short Meta Materials at that time, and 100% they were short the Series A preferred dividend. So that's how it came about. And some people did sell their Series A preferred or MMTLP to the shorts to cover.
But Ron's saying he made a lot of money.
The that
selling
the
his
company was going to be spun out into a
shares that weren't supposed to be traded.
To buy it instead of sell it, and so it created even a further imbalance, in my opinion.
To your knowledge, John, since the U3 halt,
So it wasn't supposed to be trading. It was never supposed to be trading, but then the market makers listed it, and it started trading. Yeah, he's one of the he was the former CEO of Torchlight. So,
2022, has any regulatory organization taken any action, went public, or any acknowledgement of a potential problem been investigated?
So since the U3 halt, the community, the MMTLP army that I refer to it as, has been extremely vocal, extremely organized, and very boisterous to Congress and to FINRA and the SEC. I do know that there are investigations going on with the SEC. I'm sure FINRA is investigating this as well. I know the FBI is aware of this, and I know Congress is aware of this. And so,
Congress,
to that extent, I believe that Congress has been talking to FINRA about, what went on, and I don't know if they're discussing potential solutions, but I know that since they've had those discussions with FINRA, FINRA came out with a FAQ about the situation that probably opened more questions than it answered. And in fact, I know it has, and has led to rebuttals on Twitter and stock tweets and what have you. And the army of MMTLP has just been incredible, making sure that the voices get heard and the ship gets righted on this. Now, as far as solutions, there have been no solutions offered up by any agencies. The folks that we're working with in Congress are trying their best to get some things organized, to get answers from FINRA on not only what happened, who did it, what the share count is, the imbalance, but more importantly, how are you going to fix this situation? And secondly,
that is a good question.
How are you going to fix the situation for all companies moving forward? Because whatever allowed this to happen in the stock market needs to be fixed immediately. Otherwise, people lose faith in our system, and that's extremely detrimental for our country.
John, on April 1st, a document had surfaced brought to light by FOIA, the Freedom of Information Act.
Oh, here we go.
Can you speak on that and its impact it could have in regard to MMTLP shareholders?
In light of that FOIA information that was granted and the information in it, for me, it tells me something extremely important is that FINRA was requesting the blue sheets on the 5th of both MMTLP and MMAT. Also during that time period, they requested the stock issuance outstanding in MMTLP specifically. I know they've done that because I was told that happened. So they knew on that particular date what the potential imbalance was. Now they issued the corporate action on the 6th. So they had information that there was a potential problem, and they went ahead and issued the corporate action anyway. In addition to that, one of the last things they did prior to issuing the corporate action is they actually phoned the agent at the SEC that was assigned to investigate the merger with Meta and Torchlight, and that came out in September of 21. It's no surprise to anybody that there was an investigation about the merger. And they did phone that agent to basically get his take on whether or not they should allow the corporate action to go through. They did not give us the result of that meeting, but obviously by issuing a corporate action, it seems to all of us that everything passed scrutiny at that point. In addition to that, the SEC had every opportunity for 4 months to not approve the S1 if they had an issue. And again, they approved that S1. So that leads me to believe that the issues that FINRA was dealing with on the last several days was really the imbalance in the stock. And quite frankly, if it was a small imbalance, they never would have halted the stock on Friday the 9th. If it was 5 or 6 million or 10 million shares, the market can work that out rather quickly. To me, it seems like this is a much bigger problem. And hopefully, with the help of Congress, we'll get to those answers sooner rather than later, and then work towards a result that works for everybody. So, and I do think that, you know, Congress has asked us and me specifically, you know, what kind of rules would you change? And I said, look, there's a lot of things I would change about the way the markets work, but I don't want to change anything until we get all the data that FINRA has. That way, you're going to get bipartisan support when you have the facts in writing as to what really happened. To throw something against a wall in a partisan effort, I think is a terrible thing to do. This is an American issue. It's not a Republican or Democratic issue. This is an American issue. So we need to fix this, and the right way to do that is to get the facts, develop the laws around it, and get buy-in from both sides.
John, you've been so in touch with the MMTLP community over the past few months, and the stories that have been shared, massive financial loss, corruption, loss of faith and transparency in the market. What do you believe is the solution to make things right for all parties involved?
Yeah.
First things first, I think getting the blue sheets and getting the facts, the questions that we ask, of FINRA through Congress.
It's one of those things. You put your picture in there, your name,
happened, who was responsible,
like the ones for various causes.
How bad the problem is, I think, is extremely important. You know, from that, you really have two ways to resolve the situation. You can, basically allow for 2 days of trading under supervision, so that there's no funny business going on. There's no additional shorting. There's no buying from retail. It's only position close only.
Yeah, where's the maker website?
It would be short covering only in that situation. But that cannot be under the ticker symbol MMTLP. The only way that could happen is with FINRA's involvement and NextBridge's involvement as well to allow it to happen. And again, for 2 days only, give people back the 2 days that they missed, and see where the chips fall. We'll see what happens in that situation.
What I read on
the only
FINRA
other scenario would be for, again, after finding out all of the information,
if the ticker is going to be deleted on the 3rd
and share counts and
13th
information and questions.
Last day it could trade was the 8th.
How bad
for everything to settle by the day that's going to be deleted, which makes sense to me.
To NextBridge and try to solve their problem by buying shares from NextBridge hydrocarbons.
Probably never said it. Probably just settling people just got that date in their head.
We'll see where it goes. I believe those are the only two solutions. And
I don't know.
And hopefully we'll get to a solution here shortly.
John, if regulatory organizations don't step up and make this right, releasing the blue sheets and allowing positions to close, how do you feel this might impact the overall market when this does get brought to light?
It's interesting because the things we've learned through this process and the chicanery that goes on in the markets is an extremely important aspect, because it's happened to a tremendous amount of stocks. You know, it was going on in Torchlight for many, many years. And
what is it here?
The phrase that our SEC attorneys always told us is that keep your head down, do your business. This is just a nuisance and annoyance. Well, it's not. This is the methodology where they destroy companies. And so trading over in Europe, naked shorting,
methodology. You sold. He sold his. What are you talking? I mean, that doesn't even make sense. What? Okay.
All of the things that spoofing, all of the things that
spoofing
the bad actors do are designed.
Bad actors.
Take smaller.
He's been talking to fucking Donahue George. Oh my God.
Companies, small cap companies, and basically put them out of business. That is a game plan. And so they do short campaigns. They do
what? What exact? I mean, I'm confused. What he's even talking about, really.
Class action lawsuits. They call the SEC and what the company investigated all the time. All this stuff goes on, and it's a playbook that is very well designed, and it has happened to Torchlight and Metamaterials on a couple of different occasions. So by getting all of this information now, because MMTLP is frozen in time, and a situation is frozen in time, we can identify all the things that happened and make sure that the market is corrected for all issuers. This can't continue to go on. The bad actors have probably, pilfered billions of dollars out of our market and billions of dollars out of, everyday people and their 401ks and their IRAs.
This is like,
it's
whoa,
just
yeah,
a horrible situation that's allowed to continue.
this is starting to sound like, yeah, it's sounding like rather apish. I wonder if he's knowledgeable in whatever field, oil and gas or whatever, at least.
And we need to put a stop to it. It's paramount that we do. Otherwise, people will lose faith in our markets. And quite frankly, I think that's a terrible thing.
So his day is it.
Interview was to fall into the eyes of an individual who had the capacity to stand up, do what's right, and make a change for the greater good. What would you say to this person right now?
Well, I would say that if you're in an organization like FINRA or DTCC or the SEC or even Options Clearing Commission, and you saw what's going on with MMTLP and Torchlight and MMAT, and you see what's going on a daily basis with smaller companies that are getting destroyed, I think you have a moral obligation to stand up and say something.
Yeah, it sounds like,
for example, even if you're in a broker dealer or a market maker or a hedge fund and you're involved in doing this,
if
sooner
he
or later,
sold
your conscience has to get better of you and say, okay, look, this has to stop.
a shitload of shares and profited.
It's not good for our people that are living on fixed income.
He's also trying to say that
are in IRAs and 401ks.
wasn't supposed to be trading and all this other stuff.
Not sustainable in the long run. And I would ask you to come forward in a
this is
a
definitely
manner and let us know what you know.
Cover.
That would be incredible for us to continue to gain knowledge to make sure that the situation with
I'll ally yourself with the bag holder retail investors.
More importantly, the situation for the entire markets is made transparent.
Whose money that you stole.
John, in closing, we at letittrade.com want to thank you for all you've done for the MMTLP.
Thank you for all you. Thank you. He said thank you. Wow. He said thank you. My God. Good news. Good news. Good news. So this video is terrible.
Oh, it is April 8th, 2023. Let me start by saying I am not a financial advisor. This is not financial advice. This information is intended for
good, because if it were, then you would suck as a financial advisor. But you're not, so can't say that.
What used to be stock symbol MMTLP and the private company Nextbridge Hydrocarbons. And we'll be talking about what I call reasonable price limits. Are they reasonable? Let's see. Anyway, before we start, I just wanted to say I saw this tweet from the SEC, and I thought it was important, and so I wanted to share it, and maybe we can watch this together and hear what the SEC has to say. Okay?
Give your money to a wolf in sheep's clothing?
Oh, this is great.
Before you invest, investor.gov.
That was an important message from the SEC, the Securities Exchange Commission. But unfortunately, I unknowingly
invested your money to a wolf
and hear what the SEC has to say. Okay?
Give your money to a wolf in sheep's clothing?
Background check.
Before you invest, investor.gov.
That was an important message.
Clearly,
from the SEC,
they're referring to
Securities Exchange Commission.
Checking into Donahue George's background.
I unknowingly gave my money to some market makers who naked shorted my MMTLP shares. They drove the price down from $12.50 all the way down to like $2.90. Some people might call that price manipulation, you know. But anyway, these naked short market makers, they were assisted by FINRA,
It doesn't
this
even
thing
make
called
sense.
the U3 halt, and that prevented short shares from ever being reconciled. Now,
Misspelled
the
reconciled.
actions of these manipulative market makers, they must have been condoned by the SEC. I'm thinking because I discovered there were thousands of complaints that were lodged with the SEC regarding manipulative short selling and FINRA's U3 halt of the MMTLP shares. I understand that FINRA reports to the SEC, but the SEC seems not to have done anything yet. I don't know. They disregarded everything. Anyway, I also understand that MMTLP investors, they even went to the SEC headquarters in Washington, D.C., so that the SEC might take notice. But again, the SEC had really no comment. Does that mean that the SEC and FINRA don't really care about protecting investors? It's been about 117 days, I don't know, or longer, I forget, since December 9th, 2022, when this happened, right? When the MMTLP Nextbridge Hydrocarbon shareholders have been fleeced, essentially by FINRA and the short market makers. And the question is, were they helping out their short hedge fund buddies? I don't know. But at the time of this particular message from the SEC, it was April 5th, 2023. Let's go on. So what happened? What happened was that short hedge funds had about 6 months to close their short positions in MMTLP before there was going to be a spin out to a private company, and that private company was called Nextbridge Hydrocarbons. Now, it's quite possible that FINRA may have conspired with them to keep that short position open and create a situation where now there's short positions in a private company. Now, before we go on, let's just recap. A short position means that a security is sold before it was ever purchased. The theory being that the seller intended to buy back the shares at some later time when the price is lower. So short sellers sell something they do not own, and that dilutes. When you sell something you don't have, that creates something called dilution, because it's a fake something, right? That dilution depresses share prices up until the shares are repurchased, right? So when I say over here that there are short positions now in a private company, this means that the private company shares essentially have been counterfeited. Think about that. Short positions in a private company, that means private companies' shares have been counterfeited. Now, FINRA happened to have released an FAQ, and they actually verified the existence of the short positions in this private company, Nextbridge Hydrocarbons. Okay, we all know Nextbridge Hydrocarbons does not publicly trade. So, FINRA says they had no choice to do this because, settlement dates and whatnot. But here's what I think they should have done. They should have instructed broker-dealers of a corporate action that shorts must close their positions. And when you close a short position, you buy to close by December 12th, 2022.
Okay.
They should have informed.
Now, I did a Google News search, restricted by date here. MMTLP between November 1st and December 10th. And this is on Investor Place. It says, mark your calendars for December 12th. The distribution date will occur 2 days after the record date. So they say the date of record is December 12th. Pending final FINRA and Blue Sky laws approval. So that would seem to imply the 12th. But what the FINRA FAQ said, yeah, this idiot is the group's knowledgeable guy. Yeah, he's the Houston Wade, if you will, just because of the shirts. Okay, this is from November 7th. Meta materials, potential gamma squeeze as Meta enters, blah, blah, blah. But that's not even, doesn't even say, oh, it does. MMAT is already a central focus for MMTLP shareholders who have vowed to move all their profits into the stock once the Nextbridge Hydrocarbon spinoff plays out. With NASDAQ listing delisting worries behind it, as MMAT will regain full compliance with the $1 bid requirements by Wednesday. Okay. So it wasn't being delisted yet. Men and materials. Executive offices in Halifax. Sustainable high performance functional materials. They're not a, sounds like they might be a Canadian mind scam. I don't know. Who knows? Valuable intellectual property portfolio. Take a look at the very recent institutional ownership activity. Total institutional ownership is 14.2%, and over 57% has transacted since August 1st. Okay. What? I'm understanding. What? One tweet away from seeing $10. It's $1.68. Sure. Okay. Keep in mind, so we're AMC and GME prior to their runs. So when was that? That was shit. I lost the tab. God dang it. Ah, whatever. Oh, no. This was, oh yeah, this was December or November 7th. And so they got $1. 20 $1 and a quarter, 100% on MMAT. Now, MMTLP, not so much. But yeah, let's see here.
Broker dealers that, on December 9th to 12th, all trading for MMTLP has to be position close only. What does that mean? That means that longs, people who purchase shares, they can sell those shares to shorts. Now, shorts, those are people who have sold something they do not own. They can close their position by buying those shares
What a
prior
jackass.
to December 12th, 2022. Okay? And that would reconcile all the shares, right? These are shares that have already been sold to buyers. Okay? But unfortunately, those short shares have never been originally purchased. This would prevent those short shares from becoming fraudulent counterfeit shares. I don't know, maybe it's looking a lot like FINRA may have conspired with these short hedge funds to keep the short position open into the spin out of a private company, because they had a heads up warning of like 6 months, right? Now we know for a fact that there are short positions in a private company. And unfortunately, short positions, I would say, in a private company are equal to fraudulent counterfeit shares, okay? So, now, who is FINRA? We've been talking about FINRA a lot. FINRA is a self-regulatory agency. They've been empowered by Congress, and they report to the United States Securities Exchange Commission, the SEC. Now, their stated goal is to provide a resource for investors to feel confident about investing in U.S. financial markets. Somehow, it looks like they may be working with particular hedge funds to enable the counterfeiting of U.S. stocks and fleece investors. Okay. Now, I think that the situation with FINRA's U3 halt and the resulting short position in the private company NextBridge Hydrocarbons, you know, it's gone on for 100 days without resolution. Don't forget, the short position in a private company is a fraudulent counterfeit share. It's a clear example, unfortunately, I think, of how corrupt U.S. markets are. FINRA's U3 halt, they basically fleeced 65,000 plus shareholders of the MMTLP shares, all to benefit a few short hedge funds and market makers. It looks like that's the case, you know. Until the situation is resolved, I'll have to say it's the clearest example of how corrupt U.S. markets can be. And this really harms the entire stock market. So I would really hope that FINRA works to try to resolve this situation, because it's you know, we don't want a corrupt market, do we? We want a fair market. That's all I have to say about that.
Oh, but that's not all I have to say.
Their releases, they were explosive smoking gun material. Since then, we've seen that 2 more members of Congress are interested, and they're asking for additional information. Ralph Norman's office, they've asked for the blue sheets that were spoken of in the FOIA emails. If you're not,
I don't think I did play Lose Bad Signal. Is there a bad signal?
Thanks to Gray Tendo over here, because he came up with this link to a great FAQ about what you know, what is a blue sheet. It's from Smart Capital Mind. Check it out. We also have info from Pete Sessions. He is asking.
I thought he said Pizza Hut. I was going to say Pizza Hut at first. Okay. Oh boy, this is good.
We have momentum. We also have James O'Keefe, who tweeted out about, hey, have you heard about the MMTLP scandal and what's going on there? This is a huge win. There are 1.3 million views on this one tweet alone. Most people won't know what's going on because they don't know what MMTLP is and all this, but you know, it gets awareness going, right? 1.3 million views. I think it's up to us in the, you know, who actually do have an idea of what's going on, to actually educate people.
Oh, you do have an idea of what's going on?
And just bring new people up to speed who are interested in exactly what's going on, because you know, it's not obvious, right?
It's not obvious. Yeah, pat yourself on the back there, pal.
Over and over and over again.
Jackass.
You might even become sick of telling the story. Anyway, that's why I have videos, because I'm not good at telling the same story over and over again. But we'll see.
Well, you're not good at telling it in the first place.
So, on to the topic of the day, or the topic of this video, at least. We know that you know, the question comes up: what's a reasonable number? And
this is so ridiculous.
I don't know. We do know that recently we've had some.
This is a great place to end.
We've had some stuff happen at Silicon Valley Bank. You know, where the bank was having some financial problems.
Fantastic.
And the president of the United States went up there on his podium and he said, you know, Silicon Valley Bank deposits are guaranteed 100%. 100%. Any losses will be taken and shared from the entire from the entire U.S. banking industry, right? And why is that a big deal? Why is that a big deal? It's because all banks have this thing called FDIC insurance, right? It's a deposit, you know, it's a depository insurance. But FDIC, as we know, the standard insurance is $250,000 per depositor per insured bank. Basically, that means if you have more than $250,000, you know, you might not be insured. You're only guaranteed insurance up to $250,000. If you had $1 million, well, you know, you're guaranteed $250,000 if the bank goes under. But the president has said he is going to make sure every single depositor is taken care of. Good move. I agree. I think that it is good to make sure every single depositor is taken care of. That is excellent. But how big is this? You know, how much money are we talking about here? You know, there's a reason that FDIC has limits on their deposit insurance, you know, because, you know, they may not have enough money, right? Who knows? Well, it turns out this particular mess with Silicon Valley Bank, it is Silicon Valley Bank had about $209 billion in total assets and $175 billion in deposits. So we know that taking care of a $175 billion problem is not a threat to the financial system. We've done it. It's okay. No problem, right? No problem. So for the U.S. government to deal with a situation that needs to be dealt with, to ensure integrity in the banking system, $175 billion is no problem. Easy peasy, right? Now, we're investors in the stock market, right? So as investors in the stock market, we're basically kind of like the depositors at Silicon Valley Bank. We bought and held shares of MMTLP in good faith. And how are we protected? What kind of insurance do we have? We have this thing called SIPC. SIPC protects against the loss of cash and securities, right? Now, SIPC is, every single broker has SIPC protection. The limits are basically $500,000 and $250,000 for cash, right? So we're protected for sure up to $250,000 in cash, up to $500,000 in security with SIPC. Now, a lot of brokers, like my broker is Fidelity, they have greater than SIPC protection. They say, screw that. They say SIPC is not enough for our clients and our customers. We want to give them a better insurance, right? Because we want to be a better broker. So basically they say they have this thing called
I have to handle a work email situation. So I'm gonna let this play, but I'm gonna be away from the keyboard. I'll have it playing on my phone. So I'm listening. I'm listening.
excess of SIPC coverage. According to Fidelity, the total aggregate excess of SIPC coverage available is about $1 billion. There's no per customer limit on the dollar value of securities, but there is a per customer limit of $1.9 million in cash. So what does that mean? Wait a minute, 1.9 million. Does that mean that if you have over $500,000 that SIPC would cover, if you have greater than 1.9 million plus the $500,000 that, you're not really covered in your brokerage account? Or, are you protected? Is your money safe at the brokerage account, right? I mean, who knows? Is it a good idea to pull your money out in case something something bad happens? You might not have enough insurance. What's the deal here? Should you invest in something better like real estate? You can't, if you're invested in real estate and you got raw land, at least, the land will always be there. It won't, you can't burn land down to the ground. What do? Well, it turns out that within a single broker, you got SIPC and in excess of SIPC protection. This is what most people are aware of. But we have greater insurance capability than that. We are the U.S. government. We are citizens of the U.S. government. We live in the United States, which has, one of the greatest financial systems in the world. So to cover the entire market, we have this thing called the DTCC, the Depository Trust Clearing Corporation. There are some estimates that the backstop for the DTCC is something like $54 trillion. $54 trillion. I'm not going to go into the exact estimates because it varies based on how that goes. But if you get past the DTCC's insurance policies, right, you got the Federal Reserve. Now, the Federal Reserve has an unlimited insurance policy because they have the ability to print money. They can print as much money as needed by the situation, right? And we saw the Federal Reserve has acted when it was appropriate. So those are the two additional insurances that, you may or may not be aware of. So let's talk a little bit about the DTCC. What does the DTCC do, right? They are the Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation. They deal with settlement and clearance. What does that mean? It means that sellers of securities have to receive, the dollars, the cash from buyers, and that's part of settlement. And the buyers of securities have to receive the securities from sellers, right? So that's the second part, right? Everyone has to get what they want to get in that exchange. If they don't get what they're supposed to get, that's called an FTD, a failure to deliver. Now, failing settlement and clearance can result in FTDs. I'm not going to go into FTDs in detail right now. But if you fail to deliver the cash, you also trigger an FTD. It's not just being triggered by securities. If you fail to deliver the cash, you trigger an FTD. Okay. But wait, what happens if short sellers don't have enough money to buy this security, right? Well, suppose they don't have enough. Suppose the problem is so big that short sellers just don't have enough money to buy MMTLP or next rich hydrocarbons from the longs because, people are saying the price might be too high. Is that possible? Well, the first question I have to ask is, who are the short sellers of MMTLP, right? How big of a position is MMTLP in their portfolio, right? And do they have enough money or credit to cover the purchase of MMTLP next rich hydrocarbons? We have to ask, do they have enough credit available too? Because it's based on their portfolio, right? And what can the DTCs do if they don't, if they fail to meet this criteria, right? So who knows, right? These are the first questions you got to ask is, if you're worried about short sellers not having enough money to cover, you got to ask, who are they, right? So let's see. Who are they? Well, thanks to Nation Vibes. Thank you, Nation Vibes. tweet, he figured out who the short sellers were. In 2021, we have this list of short sellers. They include GTS, Canaccord, De Minimis, G1, right? Let's just pick one of them. Let's just pick GTS for the hell of it, okay? And let's see how much they have, right? So this is the GTS website, and let's see. Are they proud? Do I think that they, are going to tell people all about their short position in MMTLP? Do we think they're proud of it? Do we think that we can find anything about MMTLP on their website? About that short position. So I looked really hard, and you know what? I couldn't find anything on their website about a short position in MMTLP, right? So, do I think they're trying to hide this weird short position? Or, are they nefarious in trying to hide it? I don't really think so. Let's just give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's say that they're not going out of their way to hide their position in MMTLP, right? We know they have a short position. Let's say that they're not trying to hide their position, okay? But what do they say about themselves, right? What do they say about themselves and their assets on their website? What do they say? Well, it turns out one of the pages that they have, it talks about their portfolio, right? They say our portfolio encompasses 1,116 stock issues with a market capitalization of $14 trillion. $14 trillion. And that's just in the New York Stock Exchange section, the New York Stock Exchange designated market making. That's just for them. They also have an ETF market making and a wholesale market making section. Geez, wow, they have that much. Or at least, their portfolio encompasses that much. So do I think MMTLP makes up 1% of their position? Well, if it did, that would be about $140 billion worth of MMTLP that they shorted between 2021 and 2022. $140 billion worth. I don't think they did that. So I'm guessing they probably don't have a 1% position, 1% short position in MMTLP. Okay. What about a 0.1%? That would be 14 billion of shorting. Somehow I don't think that they shorted $14 billion between 2021 and 2022. In these 2 years. I think it might be closer to 0.001%. Maybe $140 million. I don't know. And that could be too high of an allocation. Don't forget there are other short sellers out there. GTS is not the only short seller. Okay. So maybe they shorted 140 million. I don't know. Who knows? I can't tell. But suppose for GTS that their short position went against them and it resulted in 100x losses just in the MMTLP short position, right? Well, it turns out that 100x losses would drive that 0.001% of their position all the way up to 0.1% of their assets, right? 0.1% of their actual portfolio. Yeah. Geez. Do we think that GTS might be able to get some credit or loan to cover that 0.1% of that portfolio that's giving them some problems? I don't know. I think that they might. Okay. Let's, so if GTS, if this short position in MMTLP is such a small portion of the portfolio, I think GTS can cover that either with the outstanding cash they have or something like that, or even if they have to get a loan, I'm sure someone can extend them capital to cover 0.1% of their portfolio, right? Let's look at the DTCC, right? I mentioned a while back that they have settlement and clearance. They have this particular article that's called DTCC during market in turmoil. They're very proud of the fact that they help make markets secure in the United States, right? They even talk about what happened 20 years ago with the 9/11 terrorist attack. And they said, we cleared and settled $1.8 trillion of securities during the 9/11 terrorist attack. Cleared and settled $1.8 trillion. Okay. That was 20 years ago. And the market's a lot bigger now. We have inflation. God knows we have inflation. And you think the DTC might be, might have some more money now in order to backstop the, in order to backstop any major problems? I think so. Okay. So let's take that $1.8 trillion that they had 20 years ago that they were able to use, right? And let's say that would cause problems in the market such that, the DTC would have to get involved, and and so they'd have $1.8 trillion available, right? Now, we also know that a lot of people who are saying, MMTLP shareholders, you got to be reasonable. You might break the entire U.S., stock market by asking for too much dollars per share. Just be happy with about $20 per share. Okay, so let's see. What happens if $20 per share is what it takes to save the U.S. stock market, okay? With MMTLP. Let's say a settlement of $20 is reasonable because we'd have to actually, do that to save the entire U.S. stock market, okay? Our one little tiny wildcatting firm out in West Texas, if the price went too high, it could imperil the U.S. stock market. That's what some people are saying. But let's see what that really means. So if $20 per share is what it would take to save the U.S. stock market, let's see. So the amount of money that could endanger the U.S. stock market, that would be, reasonable damage limits for shorts. Let's say that's $1.8 trillion. If we take the total amount of money that's available to bail out the stock market, and we divide that by the dollars per share, we can find an implied number of shares that were actually shorted, right? It's very simple math. Okay, we take the total dollar value of the money that's available to bail out the U.S. stock market. Let's just say it's a DTCC's $1.8 trillion. We divide that by $20, and we get the number of shares, the implied number of shares that were shorted. What do you think we get? Wow, we get 90 billion shares that were shorted. 90 billion shares. Do you think that 90 billion shares of MMTLP were shorted? Well, I don't know. But I somehow don't think that 90 billion shares were shorted. But let's say 90 billion shares were shorted. What does that mean? We know that there were only 165 million shares issued. That means that shorts shorted 544 times the number of shares that were actually issued. Right? Wow. 544 times the number of shares that were actually issued. So let's put this into a nice grid so we can see what's going on. And don't forget we can see the implied number of shares that were shorted by just taking the total dollar value that it would take to bail out, the U.S. that would bail out the U.S. stock market to prevent harm, and divide that by the dollars per share, right? It's very, very simple, right? So maybe $100. What about $100? If $100 is, what you have to accept as being reasonable in order to prevent the U.S. stock market from imploding because, we're asking too much money, what does that mean? Well, again, let's just say that there's $1.8 trillion. There could be more. But let's just say that there's $1.8 trillion that's available to bail out the U.S. stock market, and we would use it all up because we were asking too much money. That means that the implied number of shares is 18 billion shares. That means that 109 times the number of shares that were issued, 165 million shares, 109 times the number of shares that were actually issued was shorted. Do I think that's the case? I don't know. That's probably what the people who are saying that, you got to accept $20 per share, you got to accept $100 per share. They're saying that this stock was shorted 109 to 1. 109 shares were shorted for every single share that was issued. That's what they're saying. I don't necessarily believe that. Okay, let's say that it's reasonable to accept $500 per share. If it's reasonable to accept $500 per share and there's $1.8 trillion that's available to bail out the U.S. stock market, that implies that there's 3.6 billion shares. Oh man, 3.6 billion shares. Is it possible? I don't know. I think that's a high number. But that's implying that 22 shares were shorted for every share that was issued. Again, 22 shares were shorted for every single share that was issued based upon $500 per share. What about $1,000 per share? That means 11 shares were shorted for every share that was issued. What about $4,000 per share? $4,000 per share. If there's $1.8 trillion available, that means that there's about 450 million shares that were shorted. That's kind of getting to the ballpark number, I think, right? That means that there's about 3 shares that were shorted, naked shorted, for every single share that was issued. Let's say the price even went up to $6,000. What happens if it got to $6,000 per share and there was $1.8 trillion available? That implies that there was 300 million short shares, or about 2 shares were shorted for every share that exists. 2 shares that were shorted for every share that exists, okay? So, again, what does it mean when people are saying that you got to be reasonable, you got to accept $20 per share, because anything more than that, it's going to harm the U.S. stock market in general, and it's going to collapse the entire U.S. economy. What they're saying is, let's just say that there was $1.8 trillion available to deal with problems in the U.S. stock market. They're saying that there were 90 billion shares of MMTLP that was shorted. That's the implication.
That's not what they're saying.
Well,
and that's not the implication. What the fuck? I'm dumbfounded.
$20 per share. If they will come clean and say that there were 90 billion shares of MMTLP that were shorted, which means that there were 544 shares were shorted for every share that was actually issued. Do I think that's the case? I don't know. I don't really think that's the case. I think that there might have been 2 to 3 shares that were shorted for every share that was issued. Still a very big number, but that's somewhere in the range of $4,000 to $5,000, assuming that there's $1.8 trillion available to deal with situations like this, that the DTCC has to deal with situations like this. So anyone tells you that there's not enough money, that you got to accept $20 per share, tell them back, you know what that means. That means that there were 90 billion shares shorted of MMTLP. 90 billion shares. Because that's $20 times 90 billion. That works out to $1.8 trillion. That's the amount of money that would harm the U.S. financial markets. That's the amount of money that the DTCC
That is the most absurd thing I've ever heard.
And I don't know. Do we think that the DTC can't backstop a major problem? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that this little wildcatting firm accounted for more than 0.0001% of any one of these short hedge funds,
They're not hedge funds, first of all. First of all, you're not talking about motherfucking hedge funds. You're talking about market makers. And it actually is an interesting question, because the system is designed for things to trade and for that stuff to get, cleared up. And yeah, you have a surge of interest, and then you have periods of less interest. It's not like, anyway, but it's designed to be smoothed out. And in this case, it had to stop trading. So I don't know how you deal with that, but what he's talking about, the irony here is that he's bitching about short shares. And in one of the videos, I don't know if it was this one, I don't think it was one of the previous ones, he talked about short volume. So I know he doesn't understand and is not sensitive to short volume. So he thinks that I don't know if you can still pull it up, because it's so not short interest. But he pulled it up. Yeah, here you go. I don't think it's going to show it for some reason, but oh, yeah. They talk about this short volume and percentage and all that. The irony is that it's probably a lot of them buying. Probably a lot of their buying, actually.
Saying that the shorting of MMTLP accounted for 10% of the portfolio, 1% of the portfolio? What are you saying? Huh? So anyway, that's just my thoughts on this. Just doing some math. Anyone can do the math. I showed you the math. You can do it yourself. Feel free to double check my math. Okay?
It's not the math. That's the problem.
Tell me if I'm wrong about that.
The entire concept.
That's just me talking about MMTLP, reasonable price limits. I am not a financial advisor. This is not financial advice. This information is intended for entertainment and educational purposes only. Thank you. Goodbye.
So that's their smart guy. just upgraded their MMTLP story video. I know we said that would be a good one to end on, but this might be even better.
Hey, it's me again. Today's date is Good Friday, April 7th, 2023. And things keep happening. Just when I made a video yesterday, more stuff comes out. So I'm going to condense it all into a video today. And it makes for a better quality video, in my opinion, if I have a little bit more stuff to touch on. As we know, and in my last video on April 1st, there was the release of the FOIA, or Freedom of Information Act, Foxtrot, Oscar, India Alpha. There's a FOIA release from Howard where he requested information.
Did she just use NATO phonetics?
The HALT.
I think she did.
And the SEC provided him with some emails. And if you're not familiar with that, check out that video. It shows that FINRA and the SEC had been investigating MMTLP trading. They cite in November of 2021 emails, they cite the issuers, plural. So we believe that to be the market makers who were responsible for MMTLP trading. FINRA knew about that. SEC.
So there's that narrative that John Berta was pushing. There's that narrative. The issuers and also market moves with Tony guy said the issuers were the market makers or hedge funds. It's always the market makers and hedge funds, those rascals. But yeah, she said
issuers, plural. So we believe that to be the market makers who were responsible for MMTLP trading.
The market makers who were responsible for MMTLP trading. So I guess the story goes that they were, whoever was shorting MMAT also received the special dividend of MMTLP. Or they were short the dividend as well because the person they sold the share to received the dividend. Anyway, they're short the dividend. And the only way they can get it back is if, I don't know. Wouldn't they just cash settle that out? I have no idea. When trading ceased? I don't know. But there's the narrative. Same narrative that Berta was putting out there.
FINRA knew about that. SEC knew about that. And then leading up to the U3 halt, there was blue sheets. And then they had meetings right after Sam Giatti said, hey, I'm pulling the blue sheets on both MMTLP and MMAT. Shortly thereafter, there's a call of the meeting. What did those blue sheets say? Were those blue sheets sent? So I sent in a FOIA request and I said, hey, I'd like to see the blue sheets. And I referenced this FOIA request here from Howard, that number. And then I showed the email and I said,
I don't think that's how you request it.
I said, hey, I would like to see these particular blue sheets that were sent from Sam Giatti at FINRA to the SEC. The person at the SEC's name was redacted. All people in those emails who were on the SEC side, their names are redacted. And with FOIAs, as Richard Hoffman points out, you have to be specific. Mr. Birdlady actually was talking about that because he worked with FOIAs too. Not in the submitting side, but in the information gathering side. He actually did some FOIAs. And in regards to that, it helps to be specific because if they're not specific, it can take longer because they're not sure what you want. And they could go through a bunch of data to try and find what you need. But if you're specific and you reference specific things, they'll get you your information quicker. So as Richard Hoffman points out, it helps to be specific. I want to get Mr. Birdlady on here. He's a bit shy to get on the channel. I'm like, look, I'll cover you up. Just talk about the FOIAs and how they work and time-wise.
Oh, that would be good.
Experience with them.
Just put him on a microphone.
So I got a response back from the SEC about a day after I submitted my FOIA saying that it's been assigned to a caseworker. Here's my reference number, and you should get a response by May 17th. If we can't get you your information, you'll get it by May 17th. Great. Otherwise, here's a number to call and your liaison to call. Perfect. So go check out Richard's video if you haven't yet and you're interested in submitting a FOIA. Not long after that, a investigative journalist by the name of James O'Keefe started tweeting about MMTLP. And he had quite a few tweets in regard to MMTLP. And it seems like he's investigating this. And then...
Wrong there. Who is this guy? I guess that's not a big deal anymore. I guess it doesn't matter. I guess everybody does that. I just expect more from journalists.
A Twitter
So-called
space,
journalists.
which got
there are no
lots of
journalists.
people. I haven't seen a Twitter space that full since pre-halt when MMTLP was high in price. At the
when
time
you guys
MMTLP
were
was high in
conspiring to
price,
push the price
pre-halt,
higher.
like $10. That's about the level of people. So it was interesting to see all those people come in the space.
I bet.
Why aren't I in Twitter spaces? Well, I have my own platform called YouTube. And if people want to talk to me, they know where to find me. Other people can have Twitter spaces. I don't want to encroach on their space, right? Also, there's the constraint of time on Twitter space, right? So I only have so much time in a day.
What?
YouTube,
No, that's
Twitter
ridiculous.
space,
No, you don't.
my job,
Come on.
farm. Some things got to go, right? There's only so much time for so many things. Some things got to go.
Moass.
So people over the weekend, between the FOIA emails,
MMTLP.
James O'Keefe tweeting about this, got very excited. I got very excited. The sentiment was very high. You could feel it.
You know what this looks like to me? It looks like a stock that is, no longer going to be trading. Look at the volume on the last day. You know what it kind of seems like? I don't want to go too conspiratorial, tinfoil hat. But we saw the article about mark your calendars for December 12th. This is an investor place. This was from December 2nd. Eddie Pan, date of record. Okay. So they didn't really, it's not really lying, not inaccurate. It says the spin-off date of record will fall on December 12th. MMTLP shareholders who sell their stake on or before the record date will not be entitled to distribution. Okay. So some people are going to hold the shares because they want to receive the distribution for some reason. I don't know why. Shareholders who sell their stake after the record date but prior to the distribution date will be required to transfer their distribution to the buyer of their stake. I don't see how that would be possible, but okay. So the point here is December 12th. It stopped trading on December 8th. So I don't know where it was pointed out. Oh, FINRA, I guess. Two settlement days is the 9th and then Monday the 12th. So that's the reason that they cite. And, I don't know the buy-sell ratio here, but because TradingView doesn't show the chart, but obviously, there's a lot of selling in here, and it seems like that would make sense. So it seems like possibly an overhead supply issue. Let me see here. Yeah, I think so. But that looks about, I mean, I don't know. I can't say 'cause I've never really noticed it before, but the what I would imagine it might look like. Yep. Okay. Dollars gaining some ground. Um, MMTLP. Yeah. The the VIX futures are holding right at 20. Pigeon lady. That yeah, that is I just I don't get it. Thank you for reminding me. Just trying to forget about her.
And here's a part where I talked about earlier. However, information came to light, and out of respect of the parties involved, I omitted this information here. But what I am allowed to tell you is that they are diligently working on the case. Pete Sessions, and he's with the 17th Congressional District of Texas.
Great.
I'll pull it up here.
He
Here's
sounds like a real
his
go-getter.
territory. He goes from basically McGregor, Texas to Waco.
Cares?
Eastward past Mejia. He goes, to it looks like Huntsville on I-45 there at the big statue of Sam Houston looking at you. Maybe, and it just stops north of College Station. So great job, Pete Sessions. If he was in my district, I would vote for him. That's for sure. He would have my vote if he was in my district.
And that's why politics is
In my
fucked.
district is not on this committee, sadly. He's more or less on military.
Judge Carter.
Military committees. But great job, Pete Sessions. I should write him a letter. Be like, thank you. Can you talk to my representative for me, please? The 17th Congressional District of Texas also goes up to West Texas. And West Texas, the township of West is not to be confused with West Texas like El Paso, Big Bend.
Oh my God, I don't care.
West Texas was known in back.
Oh my God.
Slovachaks.
Wow.
Never
Okay, this is some real colorful
far,
information here.
Which, if you know my grandmother today,
I don't know her.
When I get my response, step one is gonna see what they give me, because that's how I go. What are they gonna give me my FOIA response? When are they gonna give me anything?
Probably nothing.
Two, if they give me the blue sheets, what's gonna be on that blue sheets? Is it gonna be everything? Is it gonna be some things?
It's gonna say crime, criminality,
whatever they give me,
malfeasance
I'll make a show about it.
by
And
bad
what
actors.
they give me, I'm definitely gonna go over it. Possibly me and Tony are gonna work on it. We'll see. Okay, guys, I will see you soon. Goodbye.
Oh my God. I don't see a bat signal but from Lou. I mean, maybe I'm just missing it, but just missing it, not dismissing it. God, look at how many videos he's put out. Wow. It's been a busy weekend. Is it just checking in? Live stream? The wine lounge.
Here's the plan for me talking about popcorn. Technically speaking, it wasn't me. It was Boston Girl's gonna go there, and she was gonna have me on live, and I was gonna see if I get some words with him. I know he will not. Second he sees this face on the phone, it's gonna be like a vampire looking at a cross. He can't. Motherfucker can't talk to me. I know he's a diabolical fucking. Listen, he is using every legal loophole to fuck a bunch of.
I love how he has an explanation for everything. You know, oh yeah, of course I wasn't going to be there. That's great.
People out to get him and his people's way.
Fuck
like
me.
I look out for you motherfuckers. He wants to look out for his motherfuckers. That's nefarious, but. All right, so by now you already gotten the bat signal. By now you already heard my video, a short video on.
Oh, oh.
All right, so by now you already gotten the bat signal. By now you already heard my video, a short video on something that had, put out to me.
Is he drunk?
All right, here's the deal on this. I don't feel the same way I used to feel in the old days because at the end of the day, everybody now has been freaking murdered by AMC and popcorn. So it's not that, but there's still people, they're heavily deep into this. So this is going to affect them. If this is true and AMC buys out Cinemark, you're talking about it would have to be it's June 2nd. June 2nd, the dropping of the shares along the way by the executives. APE, the reverse split.
Cinemark's buying AMC.
And then this will be the 5th time AMC kills this. Now here's my thought on this. You may say to yourself, like, how are they doing this? The company's in debt. Think about it. They could easily get a loan or debt to take care of this from the people that stand to bleed out heavily if this thing is let to run out of control. Because if
I don't think so.
Cannot merge with AMC and get the dilution. Remember, all this has to happen. He can't get the dilution until everything happens. He's under court order. He can't do it. But he's not under court order from buying out Cinemark and they're converting their shares over, because this is the way it works out. You should know this by now. I'll explain it. This is the simplest thing in the world. Let's say you own Cinemark right now. AMC buys it. A couple of things can happen. You can just get cash for your shares. You're bought out, which that I don't really think will wind up happening. Or everything converts over to what? The new stock, AMC. It cannot convert over to APE. They take out one of their competitors, so they grow their market space. It's good headlines, so, in that capacity. But at the same time, it throws a bunch of AMC stocks into the fold, dropping the pressure down on what's built right now. Remember I did a video yesterday, AMC's cooking over.
How would that drop the pressure down?
People, and they're like, yo, shit's happening.
It wouldn't drop the pressure down. It would make the short positions more profitable. So it would cause short covering, so the price would go up to some degree. Sure.
And this is the kind of phone call I get. So now, if this is true, this could happen fast, and it's outside the judge's, jurisdiction. It's not part of the lawsuit.
Merger announcement tomorrow.
Now, I guess the only thing we can do
I'm calling it
is fact check if this is going to happen, and if it is, you got to make a decision, because what we feared, the dilution, this will be the dilution.
How would it be the dilution?
Anybody hears anything on
They'd be
this
buying something,
happening,
not selling
AMC
it.
taking over Cinemark, and then Cinemark obviously, it's what is going to happen. It's going to be a share purchase. So Cinemark, but whatever shares Cinemark, the corporation is holding. I'm not talking about the shareholders. The corporation is holding. That gets converted over to AMC. That goes to the hands of Popcorn. Now Popcorn has AMC shares, which he will dump now in order to obviously continue. Do you understand how that works? I don't know how many shares right now Cinemark is holding.
I don't know if that's how it works or not.
Cinemark, in the hands of, our enemies, how much they're holding.
Seems like AMC would have to change their corporate charter.
What ratio, whatever.
To
but if it
reflect
gets
the
converted
new.
over, the amount of shares that he was looking for, he'll have it there.
I don't know if he can get around dilution that way.
It's Saturday.
That would be pretty ridiculous.
Weekend. This is when they sneak up and try to get you in the no touch zone. This is what I heard. Could anybody verify this? Good luck trying to find out what it is, because this will be a purchase agreement until they file an AK, or some news agency goes,
he is a fountain of bullshit, isn't he? Jesus.
If I'm the first one breaking this is fucking hilarious, but there you go.
Oh my God. Did we forget we're still in an economic collapse? Oh my God. All right, last video. For real.
I guess I'm going to put this out as the banking crisis continues. I guess that'll be the name of this video. I want to tell you a little thing that happened this week. A person that I personally know. She told her mom, listen, because of all this nonsense going on, why don't you just take some cash out of the bank to keep it at home? And she was like, why? American banks are still safe and stable. So she did what her daughter told her, and she went to the bank and took out some cash. You'll understand why I'm getting to this. Well, when she went to the bank to take out the cash, little old lady, turns around, a couple of $100 only. When she was taking the money out, the bank asked her, would you be taking more money out again? Red flag 1. And she's like, no, is there a problem? No, there's not a problem. It's just, it's just, we believe it's better to keep your money at the bank. Red flag 2. And then the weird one, is the last question. Will you be coming back to take more money later on? Red flag 3. When you have a major bank telling a little old lady whether she plans to take out more money today, telling her it's safer to keep money in the bank, and then the third one, are you coming back in a couple of days to get more money out? There's a big fucking problem. Big problem. Because I think the American people, we've become too I'll give you an example. I don't know. This is.
And I actually have the SEC documentation on that here. This is from 1999, believe it or not. So that news article about Charles Payne getting a show is from 2014. But it talks about Charles Payne, resident of New York and president of Wall Street Strategies. They recommended that its clients purchase members' stock through recorded messages on its telephonic stock recommendation service. Payne failed to disclose that he received payments from members to promote member stock. $25,000 civil penalty in 1999. Wall Street Strategies, the company, had a civil penalty of $10,000. So, yeah. See, violations of the securities registration, reporting, and anti-fraud provisions in connection with abuses of Regulation S in the offer and sale of securities in member service corporations. That's the stock that it was. So another dude got disgorgement of $241,000 plus $154,000 in interest, prejudgment interest, but which waives payment of all but 50,000 of those amounts based on his inability to pay. Wow. So yeah, that's who the apes are dealing with. Gotta love it.
This is us. The next tragedy, the next economic meltdown. That's how we are. That's our attention span right now. There was a major banking crisis where people were lined up to take cash out. There's all kinds of craziness happening. I mean, like, I can go on and on, you know this. And at the end of the day, next story, next story, next story. But the crisis is still here. And it's not just because of I can go into certain things, I can go into tons of stuff that's being written off and all kinds of crisis stuff, whatever. And then the closer and closer we are now with this Fed money. I'm not going to get into the whole thing, the controls on it, that obviously the digital dollar is nothing more than a smart contract. They will tell you where you can shop, where you can use your money, how much money you can have. They're going to do all that. You don't believe me? Trust me, I was around when they created all that nonsense. Hand to sweet baby Jesus himself, I was in the area where all this was being created. Think about it. When I hear this shit, my red flag is going off. That's why I'm going to give you a little bit of advice. For all the people that don't want to participate in all that world, keep a very close eye on the state of Florida. Because the state of Florida is about to pass legislation not allowing the central bank digital currency to operate within its borders. That means that the banks there that have state charters will not be able to convert dollars into central bank digital currency stuff. You have to understand, I am looking at that very carefully, and if Florida does enact that, as any money person would do, they would become a state resident there and bank there. Why? Because the banks there will suffer repercussions if they try to swap out your money. I don't know how Florida is going to turn around and do that scenario. I know that a couple of years back, South Carolina passed legislation to, mint gold. I know that there's a couple of other states like Tennessee that are strong, and I know I can tell you that all the southern states, they're going to resist.
None of that shit has any basis in the law.
Put your money. It used to be in the old days you keep your money offshore overseas.
That's why we have a federal system.
That one, okay? It's going to have to be now.
States can't create their own money.
Texas is also going to be doing that as well. But keep an eye on that, because that little old lady, that sweet lady, let me tell you something. You don't want to be that person at the bank. You're not even going to go to the bank. They're not even going to need banks anymore.
We're in for a constitutional showdown.
No, based on this.
Come on, Blue, get through this.
If you think that's not possible, trust me. Bad economies means massive layoffs. Then you have mass automation, robotics coming in. And at the end of the day, it's very simple to basically give you a no person to deal with. You understand? We're at that stage right now. So I want to get people to understand. You have to prepare for what's coming. Because while you're enjoying your Easter weekend, whatever,
you have to prepare for what's coming.
Motherfuckers are working round the clock at this. Let me tell you something interesting. Unfortunately, I got to quote somebody who was a freaking, a big time fucking criminal on this. I'm not even going to say his name, but nonetheless. When you motherfuckers are busy walking around the fucking city thinking that everything is just fine and dandy, those motherfuckers have a salary, a healthy salary, working against you. And they're working round the clock with an unlimited budget. So please understand, don't think that this just doesn't exist anymore. Another crisis, SVB saying that was back then. No, it's not. We're in the heart of it. But remember, we live in a world where all media covers everything up. And I'm gonna tell you something, I'm gonna put it out there. I don't give a fuck if you're a post office worker, a Fed, a cop, a judge, a doctor, a bus driver. You're all in the same boat. You're all in the same boat. Go back to Russia when the wall came down and the government collapsed. Everybody was on equal standing. Nobody had anything, unless you were one of the people that were preparing for that. Same thing in Argentina. When Argentina collapsed, there were people that were banking outside of Argentina. There were people that had other currencies. There were people that held gold and silver. Why? Because they saw the writing on the wall. Our dollar is not crashing because our dollar is worthless. What it is, the conditions have been put in place to make our dollar become worthless. And they're going to change the system on us. I will leave you this on Easter Sunday. They're going to change the money and the worth of the money to cheat the people. And I'm telling you to prepare for it because I know how fast projects take. Like, if I was to think about some type of a tech project, like, you know, I can more or less in my head workflow the whole thing. This shit has been in the works for years with massive budgets. Please, just take a little bit of time to map out what your plan will be. If they're taking unlimited budgets and years to work against you and your family, at least take a couple of hours to think about what would I do to protect me, my family, my money. Just give me that on Easter. That's it, motherfuckers. Giant love.
Well, indeed, giant love. All right, Back to the Futures, and then out. Whole lot of nothing. So we'll see. I'm short Apple, so here's hoping. Have a good one. Catch y'all later.
This is what happens when you work to change things. And first they think you're crazy, then they fight you, and then all of a sudden you change the world.